Welcome everybody. Today is Tuesday, May 13th, 2014. We are in our Pickens County Commissioners work session. And first on our agenda today is Chris Selden, our Assistant County Attorney, with a review of a letter for the comments for the issued oil and gas leases in the White River National Forest. It's a joint letter between Pickens County, Glenwood Springs, and the town of Carbondale for scoping comments. If you'd like to give us an update, and then we'll probably have some comments and suggestions and questions.
Yes, thanks, Rob. The item before the board today is a draft of scoping comments that we have prepared along with counsel for the town of Carbondale and the city of Glenwood Springs, with the proposal that the three jurisdictions submit these comments jointly to the Bureau of Land Management, which is a federal agency, in connection with a process that BLM has launched to examine previously issued oil and gas leases in the White River National Forests. And the leases of particular interest to Pickens County, of course, are, well, I should say the only leases of interest to Pickens County are those leases in Pickens County itself. The leases of particular interest to the valley more broadly, I think, are the leases within the area known as the Thompson Divide. And the comments that we have prepared for the three jurisdictions specify that they are limited only to leases within the Thompson Divide, and particularly with regard to the comments of Pickens County itself as a jurisdiction, the comments are limited to Pickens County's territorial boundaries. So I just wanted to state that up front so that we're clear about the scope of the area that's under discussion in these comments. The background that gives rise to BLM's process here really begins in 2004 with actions taken by Pickens County, the town of Carbondale, and others to challenge oil and gas leases that were issued in the Thompson Divide area. And Pickens County, along with Carbondale and other partners, brought a case to the Interior Board of Land Appeals, which is essentially the in-house court of the Interior Department, the federal Interior Department. That case that was brought back in 2004 resulted in a decision from the Interior Board of Land Appeals, known as the IBLA, that held the leases issued in the Thompson Divide were leased without compliance with two federal statutes. Number one, the National Environmental Policy Act, also known as NEPA, and number two, the Endangered Species Act. After the IBLA issued that ruling in 2007 that held the leases were issued illegally in violation of NEPA and the Endangered Species Act, BLM took the leases that were directly at issue in that case under consideration and ultimately canceled them outright. It declared that the leases were issued, in BLM's words, in a way that was invalid ab initio, invalid from the beginning, and so BLM voided the leases and refunded the money to the owner of those leases. It became clear with further investigation that the leases that were at issue in the case that we brought back in 2004 were not the only leases that suffered from the illegality identified by the IBLA. And so with further investigation, we pointed out to BLM that indeed all of the leases issued in the Thompson Divide in 2003 were issued in this same illegal way, that is to say, in violation of NEPA and the Endangered Species Act. The leases that are at issue in this scoping process that BLM has launched are the leases that we've pointed out to BLM suffered from this flaw, as well as a number of other leases that BLM has identified on its own throughout the White River National Forest. And just so we're clear, Picken County's advocacy has always been limited to the territorial boundaries of Picken County. And Picken County did not ever urge BLM to take a look at leases outside of Picken County's territorial boundary, and did not urge it to broaden the scope of its analysis from the Thompson Divide to the entire White River National Forest. That was a decision that BLM made on its own. Now, the scoping comments that are before you discuss a variety of different resource issues, and they go into a significant amount of detail because what BLM has said it's going to do with this NEPA process is exactly what it should have done back in 2003 when it was deciding whether or not to issue the leases in the first place. And that is, namely, to take a hard look, as is its obligation under NEPA, at all of the environmental and socioeconomic consequences of leasing lands in the Thompson Divide for oil and gas development. So really that brings up the need to take a look at a whole host of socioeconomic and environmental concerns: water quality, air quality, wildlife habitat and wildlife corridors, jobs, recreational impacts, hunting impacts. Really, all these different issues that we encounter in our day-to-day lives are going to be things that BLM examines through this NEPA process. And it takes public comment on those issues to decide ultimately whether it should or should not issue oil and gas leases. Now, in this case, because BLM is engaging in this analysis after the leases have already been issued, it is taking those facts into consideration, and rather than deciding whether or not it will issue leases, it will be deciding whether or not the leases should have been issued in the first place. But as a matter of process, the analysis is largely the same. So BLM has held 3 public scoping meetings in the Roaring Fork Valley to take comment from the public. The scoping meetings were heavily attended. In Glenwood Springs, about 150 people showed up. In Carbondale, about 300 people showed up. And in Aspen, about 75 people showed up. There was also a public scoping meeting held in DeBeck, Colorado, and Mesa County, where some 40 leases are located. That also was well attended. The process that BLM will now follow is a somewhat lengthy one. After having taken public comment from both us, other jurisdictions, and the public, BLM will assimilate the information that it's received from the public, and it will then prepare a draft environmental impact statement. The draft environmental impact statement, we've been told we can expect early next year, early 2015. It will then take another round of public comment on the draft environmental impact statement, and then it will thereafter produce a final environmental impact statement and issue a record of decision that will ultimately decide what becomes of the leases at issue. This letter has asked BLM to cancel the leases in the Thompson Divide. It does so for a variety of reasons that I'll summarize here, but principal among them are economic reasons. This community has shown essentially unanimous opposition to oil and gas development in the Thompson Divide. And when I say this community, I'm referring to the Roaring Fork Valley more broadly. The community has really risen up and spoken with a unified voice on this issue, and in a way that many people who've attended public meetings in the Valley on a regular basis have found to be pretty remarkable. In fact, many folks who've come to these public meetings on the Thompson Divide have remarked on the fact that there's hardly ever an issue that everybody in the Valley seems to agree upon, but this is that issue. The reason I think that we've seen that unity among Republicans and Democrats, ranchers and recreationalists, conservationists, small business owners, is the fact that the Thompson Divide supports both the key drivers of our economy in recreation and tourism, as well as things that we rely upon as human beings for our day-to-day lives. Clean water, wildlife that is a great attraction to many people who live here and people who come from afar to hunt here. So the natural resource values are directly linked to the economic drivers in our community, and this comment letter makes that clear. One of the things we cite in the introduction and elsewhere in the letter is the fact that a study by a firm known as BBC Research, which is a firm that's done work for Pickens County as well as many other governmental entities, was commissioned to perform an economic analysis of the Thompson Divide and its economic benefits to the community. That study found that the Thompson Divide supports $30 million in annual economic activity and some 300 jobs. Those are sustainable, long-term benefits that the community will draw year after year from the existing uses in the Thompson Divide: ranching, hunting, recreation. By contrast, what we have been told by the Forest Service, which has been engaged in its own study of oil and gas leasing in the Thompson Divide, is that the long-term economic benefits to our community from oil and gas development are likely to be quite slight. The long-term job and revenue generation from oil and gas production on the entire White River National Forest right now, which is some 82 wells, not in the Thompson Divide, I might add, because the Thompson Divide is not producing oil and gas. But elsewhere on the forest, in Mesa County, for example, there are wells that are producing, and the Forest Service has indicated that that gives rise to 2 jobs, and I believe it's $164,000 in annual economic activity. The point that we've made is that 300 jobs and $30 million in annual economic activity is a more significant contributor to our economic engines, and moreover a sustainable contributor to our economic engines. Other resources that I'll highlight briefly. The Thompson Divide is a headwaters area. It is one of the few areas on the forest that the Forest Service has been considering for oil and gas development that has usable groundwater, and both Carbondale and Glenwood draw municipal water supplies from the Roaring Fork River drainage in areas that are downstream from the leases that are at issue in BLM's analysis. Air quality impacts. BLM has performed an air quality analysis that indicates there will be impacts to visibility, and there will be ozone-related impacts from oil and gas development on the White River National Forest. And we've made the point here that visitors come to Pickens County and to Colorado's high country for the crystal clear alpine views that are our trademark. And if we are engaging in activities that diminish the visibility of our mountains, that's a detriment to the amenities that draw people here from all around the world. Wildlife. The Colorado Division of Wildlife, Colorado Parks and Wildlife is what it's known as now, has called the Thompson Divide the elk factory of our region. This is an area that is so popular with hunters, it generates some 20,000 big game licenses every year. And its importance as a wildlife migration corridor really can't be overstated. The Colorado Division of Wildlife has made clear time and again that this is a priority area for wildlife protection. Pickens County, by the way, along with the state of Colorado and other partners, has invested a significant amount of money in protecting private property that is immediately adjacent to the Thompson Divide and otherwise in the Crystal River drainage. All told, we have public investment of some $40 million through open space purchases and GOCO funding that's preserved ranch land, kept it under agricultural production, and also provided wildlife migration corridors. So the thrust of the comments is really on a factual basis. The existing values in this area are so high, and they generate many very good and sustainable jobs for our community, significant economic benefits for our community, and because the basis for our economy here is so grounded in tourism and recreation, we don't view oil and gas development as a compatible use of the national forest in this place, in the Thompson Divide. And so we ask BLM to cancel the leases. Now, I am an attorney and I contributed to writing this document, so I will say that there's also quite a lot of legal discussion in there. I won't go into that in significant detail, although I'm obviously happy to answer any questions the board may have. But I think the primary legal arguments that we, Pickens County, have made in the past, along with our partners, are arguments that the BLM has now adopted as its own. It's essentially agreed with us that the leases were issued illegally in violation of the Endangered Species Act and NEPA. We also make the argument here, and I believe BLM agrees with this as well, because it wouldn't be doing what it's doing if it didn't. We make the argument that cancellation of leases is in fact far from unprecedented. There have been some comments from others that canceling leases through this process would somehow set a new precedent on the public lands. And that's, respectfully, that's just not the case. The precedent for canceling leases that I know of dates back at least to 1963, when no lesser tribunal than the United States Supreme Court itself said that the Secretary of the Interior has the power to cancel leases that were issued improperly on public lands. So, it's not very often that you get a United States Supreme Court case that is directly on point and says, yes, this is the law. But that's what we have here. We have direct United States Supreme Court authority. We also have, just as a practical matter, precedent from the Thompson Divide itself over the last several years that shows lease cancellation is a proper remedy. In 2009, as I said earlier, BLM canceled the 3 leases that were at issue in the case that we and Carbondale and other partners brought to the IBLA. Separately, and for an independent legal reason, BLM in 2010 partially canceled 4 additional leases in the Thompson Divide because those leases were issued in the same place occupied by Sunlight Ski Area. And there's a direct federal law on point, it's an act of Congress that says BLM cannot lease ski areas for oil and gas development. BLM didn't follow that statute in 2003 when it issued these leases, and when the mistake was brought to BLM's attention, it said, you're right, we made a mistake, we're going to go ahead and fix that mistake and cancel out the portions of the leases that were issued in the middle of Sunlight Ski Area. So we have really 7 leases in total that show right here in the Thompson Divide that BLM does have the power to cancel leases. And I'll add that when those cancellations were made in 2009 and 2010, nobody resisted those cancellations. There were no protests. There were no lawsuits filed to challenge the cancellations. I think it was generally accepted that BLM had the power to do what it did. So this process is the public's opportunity to weigh in on the fate of the existing leases in the Thompson Divide, and the letter that's before you is our draft for you to consider as this board's submission to BLM as well.
George.
Thank you, Chris. I think this is an excellent letter with our comments. And to your point regarding the thrust of the argument, which is an economic argument, I think we have heard and seen and understand, as well as the majority of all the residents in the Roaring Fork Valley, that it is our environment that drives our economy, not the other way around. So I think that's a key point to be making. My question is, and it seems to be perhaps a little simplistic, but as you said, 2003, these leases were permitted by the BLM, and which they have acknowledged now in error, and those leases typically run for a 10-year time frame, and even at that point, the BLM had the opportunity to let those leases expire, but they decided to suspend them. Then they decided to pursue a NEPA process, which they should have done initially in 2003. It seems like the BLM could have, should have, still can let those leases expire, since these leases we're talking about have not been developed at all, so it's still in undeveloped land. Then it seems to make sense, it would have made sense for any new permits that are going to be applied for by industry to then have to go forth in the NEPA process. So it seems like they're trying to cover their tracks late in the game by instituting a NEPA process now, which is great that they're doing it. But since these leases should have expired, the NEPA process should have then been instituted for any new applications. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense. And I should probably just back up a little bit. The leases, all of the leases at issue in the Thompson Divide were issued in 2003. And when BLM issues a federal oil and gas lease, it has a primary term of 10 years. You can extend the primary term as the lessee if you either produce oil and gas in what's called paying quantities, or if you are actively drilling with a bit in the ground over the date of lease expiration. In the case of the Thompson Divide leases, neither occurred. There was no production of oil and gas within the 10-year lease term, and there was no active drilling over the date of expiration. So we being Pickens County, along with Carbondale and Glenwood, have argued that yes, indeed, BLM should have just let these leases expire. And that argument is an argument that we are still making through an administrative appeal process within the Department of the Interior. That is a separate and independent legal basis for seeing these leases go away. In the case of the challenge to the decision to suspend and thereby extend the lease, which BLM did, as you mentioned, George, make back in, well, it was right about a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, we launched this administrative appeal process and pointed out to BLM that look, because diligent development did not occur on these leases, they should have been allowed to expire. BLM didn't agree with us, but as I said, we have an administrative appeal moving forward. I do think that the lack of diligence by the lessees during the 10-year lease term is a relevant factor that BLM should consider as it moves forward with this analysis, and we've made that argument within the letter. And the primary context in which we've made that argument is the value of the mineral resource. We've talked about in the letter and here today the value to the community of the existing jobs that rely on the Thompson Divide staying the way it is. In the letter, we also talk about the value or the potential value of the mineral resource that exists in the Thompson Divide, because both the Thompson Divide Coalition and Picken County have worked with very experienced experts to analyze that mineral potential. And what the experts concluded is that you're not likely to see development of oil and gas in the Thompson Divide because anybody who tries to do it is going to lose money. The capital costs of trying to develop an area as remote and complicated as the Thompson Divide are simply too high to justify drilling it with natural gas prices being what they are. And moreover, the experts who know this stuff because it's their business, they look at the future prices of oil and gas and they say, and we're not likely to see significant changes in the price of oil and gas over the next decade because we have a wealth of production in other areas of the country, like, for example, the Marcellus Shale on the East Coast, which has just really rewritten the book on natural gas production in the United States. So that, I think, is a factor that BLM will consider when it's deciding whether or not to issue oil and gas leases. It needs to take account of whether or not these oil and gas leases would make a meaningful contribution to national energy supplies. And the answer that our experts have given us is no, because people are not likely to drill the leases unless gas prices go up significantly. And if that's the game that's being played, if the lessees are just waiting in hopes that gas prices will go up significantly at some point in the future and they're trying to hold on to the leases until that happens, well, that's against the law because that's speculation that the Federal Mineral Leasing Act says lessees are not allowed to engage in. So we make that point in the letter as well.
One other question. Yep. So Chris, in addition to the BLM issuing these leases in 2003 without taking into consideration the Endangered Species Act or a NEPA process, what was the role or is the role of permitting leases in roadless, designated roadless areas?
It's a very good question. The roadless rule is a provision of federal law that protects inventoried roadless areas within national forests from road building and other types of development activities. The roadless rule was on the books in 2003 when these leases were issued. And if best practices had been followed, there would have been an explicit stipulation attached to the leases when they were issued that said some or all of this lease is within an inventoried roadless area, and therefore you can't have any surface disturbance within that roadless area. That didn't happen. It didn't happen because at the time the leases were issued, the Bush administration had given a specific directive to the Forest Service not to place those stipulations on the leases. Now, there was a general stipulation that incorporated all the rules and regulations of the Secretary of Agriculture, and that included the roadless rule. And it's our belief that because that general stipulation was included in the leases, the roadless rule was made a part of those leases as a matter of law. However, these are virtually all so-called gap leases because there was not an explicit stipulation in place. And so what that means, the gap leases are, for those who follow these sorts of issues, a particular issue of concern because they create uncertainty as to the vulnerability of the roadless areas to oil and gas development. And so the action that the Bush administration took back in 2000, well, it was earlier than 2003 when the directive was given, I believe, but because that directive was given, there's a question as to what can or cannot happen within roadless areas, and this NEPA process that BLM is undertaking right now provides an opportunity to clean up that problem.
Further comments or questions? Rachel?
Steve, you go ahead.
Steve?
George kind of alluded to this, and I'm wondering if this EIS that they are undertaking now could be used for future new gas leases in the same vicinity or even on the same land. And second question would be if the BLM either lets the leases expire or cancels them, would that same land then be available for another oil or gas company to come in and say that they want to get a lease on it and drill on it in the future?
It's an excellent question. It brings out an interesting distinction that exists in the federal government about who manages oil and gas development on national forests. The Forest Service has jurisdiction over the surface of the land. The BLM has jurisdiction over the minerals underneath the surface of the land. And what that creates is a system where both agencies play a role in oil and gas leasing and development on national forests. In the first instance, if BLM were starting from scratch, it would have to get permission from the Forest Service before it could issue an oil and gas lease. Now, if BLM were through this process to cancel the existing leases in the divide, the lands would then be available for future leasing in a way that is consistent with the Forest Service's decision on an upcoming analysis that it is scheduled to release this summer, the summer of 2014. So the Forest Service, at the same time, well, I should say, the Forest Service launched its own process concerning oil and gas leasing on the White River National Forest several years ago. And it issued a draft environmental impact statement in the fall of 2012. We have reason to believe that a final environmental impact statement will be released by the Forest Service this summer. And that decision from the Forest Service will determine what happens on the land going forward. So any future leasing of this land will be controlled by the Forest Service's decision in its environmental impact statement. And I should add that in our comments on the draft environmental impact statement, we urged the Forest Service to close the Thompson Divide area of Pickens County to future leasing. So if we are successful in persuading the Forest Service to close the Thompson Divide to future leasing, and we are successful in persuading BLM to cancel the existing leases that were issued illegally, then the Thompson Divide would be protected from oil and gas development for the life of that Forest Service plan, which is, one would hope, about 20 years. To provide longer-term protection, you need an act of Congress. Senator Bennett and Senator Udall have introduced such a bill, but at this point, it's not moving forward because of opposition from the oil and gas industry.
Rachel?
Yeah. Again, thank you, Chris, for putting this together. It really is well-written and excellent material. It makes you feel awkward working as an editor to say, well, could you add this or think about any other changes? There are a few small things I would think about amplifying in here if you see fit. And nothing is a has to be or not has to be. But when you talk about the tourism economy in our community, I think it would be worth mentioning a few by name, such as the World Cup. And when you get these high caliber athletes who win or lose a race in millimeters of a second, they're very concerned about what's going in their lungs, and the air quality for that sort of competition. The X Games, we're so clearly on the record that a big part of why we sponsor those is because of the camera views, as well as the Pro Challenge. That we're contributing financially to bring these events into our community because of the televised views of the area and the airshed and things like this. So it's not just your random visitor who comes and hopes to find it, but it's the entire promotion and those events which, you know, if you had, I'd hate to even estimate what the total community contribution to the World Cup is. Maybe John Rigney has it or something, but between the hotel beds that are given and the meals for the racers and everything. So anyhow, I just thought we could get a little more specific there. Then when we talk about the wildlife habitat and the wildlife issues, I know we have heard before from Kevin Wright and others, a meeting a year and a half ago, about picking lower target numbers for the elk and deer herd populations because they are declining in this area. And so the Colorado Parks and Wildlife has already reduced their target populations based on the carrying capacity, and as they say, it's primarily human encroachment on habitat. Now, some of that is home building, some of that is recreation, but the bottom line, it's all human encroachment on habitat, and this would represent significantly more human encroachment on habitat. And I always look at this herd in this area as very regenerative to all the counties as it fits together. It's important for the mixing of the gene pools and the lack of fragmentation of habitat, as well as the those things. So there was a little more detail I thought that we had about that. Also then, when we get into the water issue, I don't know, we don't really address the terms of water availability. But given that there's really just not new water available, and we already know the Crystal can run 95% below its minimum stream flow for part of the year, it's going to necessitate significant water hauling. I don't even know who municipally you'd buy that water from or where, but it's not. They're not going to be able to pull up groundwater to do it, and not going to have those rights in that area because it's all tributary to the Crystal. Then I was looking a little at the air quality section. I thought it was excellent the way you pulled in the PM10 issue. And, you know, it'd be very hard to even estimate, maybe Randy Reedy would have something at the city side of how many millions of dollars they've spent in maintaining our maintaining our air quality. It was very detailed, but it's been expensive. You know, that constant street washing that they do, the sweeping, all the money we've put into transportation, there's been a lot of taxpayer capital investment in maintaining our air quality. And, you know, sometimes these things come and sometimes they go at the federal level, but there used to be a concept of conformity that was incredibly important. It played into Ice-T and Highway 82, and it was that if you were a non-attainment air quality area, no federal action could make that situation work, and that was the conformity component. That's a major part of why the CDOT at the time listened to our concerns about an unrestricted 4-lane highway into town and came up with the HOV lanes and the park and rides and everything else, all the components to make sure that their environmental impact statement for the highway was in conformity with our work on the air quality. So again, that was Clinton era. They may or may not be paying much attention to those standards. But at the time, you could not spend federal dollars, make a federal action that would make an air quality area worse than today. I guess 3 other or 4 other kind of smaller things that may or may not fit in here, but some of it relates to what I heard at the scoping hearing in DeBeck and other places where people keep demanding multiple use, that we want multiple use of our forest. And multiple use does not mean all activities all the time on the exact same piece of land. And that kind of needs to be addressed. It's, you know, these multiple use is a great concept, but you're obviously not going to have an oil and gas lease where you have skiing. And you can't have an oil and gas lease everywhere all the time and still maintain some of your other multiple use activities. So multiple use is not all uses all the time in the same place. Or it'd be a degraded experience for everyone. It'd be kind of hard to drill that oil and gas in the middle of a hunting camp and things like that. I don't think we mentioned fire danger. And I think given the catastrophic level of wildfires that we've seen in Colorado, the one they're already battling in Texas, the ones they're battling in May for fire season, and it's a heavily wooded area, the remote access, I don't know how we would put a fire out. And you're talking about flaring, you're talking about all sorts of things that happen on site with wells that are hard enough to put out when you're on flat land near a fire station, But the magnitude and the risk of catastrophic fire in that area caused by those sort of factors, I think, multiplies tremendously. So I think there might be something in there. And, we have volunteer fire departments in Carbondale. It's not like we're in an urbanized area where we got, do we have the right type of firefighting equipment available for this sort of thing? So fire danger, I think, is a big one, and it's something we're all on high alert for in our community. We're already spending a lot of money to mitigate those sort of damages. The Denver Post, the weekend before just before this last Sunday, had a very detailed article about the reporting on oil and gas spill cleanups. And the result was that 45% of the contaminants remain in the soil after the fact. And they're looking to increase the use of microbes and things that will digest the chemicals in the ground. But it said that, despite their best efforts and all the spills they've already been cleaning up, 45% of the contaminants remain in the ground. And I think that we should think about citing that in the groundwater section as well, that they can't get it all out. And then the last thing that was really just more general comment, I don't know that it really fits in here into our comments, but when you talk about the profitability of the oil and gas, the big push right now is to sell American natural gas in a liquefied form out of the country to China, to other countries, oil as well. And you start to say, wait a second, what are we doing to our backyard and our water quality for a short-term profit selling to China? It doesn't help them develop their energy independence, and it doesn't help us. And strategically, we've heard the term that was so politically charged a few years ago, American energy independence. We need American energy independence. Well, the industry has just pushed that aside now and say, no, that's so passé. Now the term is energy stability. So as long as we have energy stability and trading in this global market, we don't need to save these natural gas reserves for future American use in 40 years or 80 years or 100 years. We can sell it all now, but as long as we have, quote, energy stability. So it's been a very subtle bait and switch, I believe. And so that's why, these guys are trying to just speculate. They are trying to just hold on to a lease to see if maybe it'll be profitable in 20 or 25 years after the easy oil and gas is gone and has been all sold to foreign countries. And so those are just kind of general observations that I have on this.
Thanks.
But again, thank you. It's great work.
Thank you.
A few observations of my own. First, Chris, thank you for all your hard work on this. There's a lot of data and information, very well stated in this, and I'm not proposing any changes. I just want to kind of accent some of my opinions so that you continue accenting these as you move forward with these comments or additional comments and other letters that we'll be submitting as we diligently move forward to work for the common goals that we've stated today. The first is what you had stated in your opening remarks, is that we are really talking about the Pickens County area of the Thompson Divide. I don't think we can state that enough. That's our purview, that's our area, that's the place that we are the policy setters for, and the people within Pickens County are the people that we represent with that policy setting information. And we are not talking about wells that already exist. We're talking about leases and not eliminating something that already exists. We're not talking about the storage area for natural gas that already exists in that area that does feed some of the natural gas into our community for use. And back to the policy setting that we oversee, As you know, Pickens County can often, in a lot of things, be very divided in their views of how they feel things should be governed or the policy setting for them. I think it's important to keep in mind for the public, maybe not so much in this document, but in some wordings that move forward with various letters, that this is not something that we are divided on. To my knowledge, I have spoken with numerous people about this, have been in numerous meetings, and have seen very little or no opposition to our position within Pickens County's leases. The opposition that has come towards us, I think, has wrongfully been stated to what our opinions are to oil and gas fields outside of our county, and that's not what we're addressing here within this document. The support comes across political party lines. The support comes across various user groups, and very widely, almost unanimous support within our community, Pickens County, and as you said, the Roaring Fork Valley as well, is in favor of the canceling of these leases because of the information that's stated in here, primarily the economic aspect. We are the ones that are going to be economically affected by this. As Rachel said, it's not the people in China that are buying this that we're concerned about. We're concerned about the restaurants, the tourism economy, the hotels, the people that work for those tourism economies, the storekeepers, all the different economic groups within this community will be affected with the loss of that $30 million economic influence in those 300 jobs, and how that trickles across all of the economic factors of this community. The last that I think is important to state, and you do state it in this letter, is that canceling these leases does not put the leaseholders in a disadvantage. And we have financially shown that through our studies of the valuation of these leases and what they will be compensated to a level with the canceling of these leases that will make them whole at a potentially, and our studies show, at a higher level than actual drilling in these areas. And that is money that they have paid for these leases. They will be reimbursed that money. So it is, canceling of these leases does not, it's not taking the lease back from the people that hold it. It's paying them for the lease that they've previously bought and making them whole in that sense. So in essence, canceling these leases is a buying out of their leases. It's not just taking it away from them. And I think that's an argument that's made by the opposition widely out there, that we're taking this from them, we're taking this right for them, and we're not. The idea is that when the leases get canceled, they get reimbursed for that cost that they put into the lease. So I think that's an important aspect to go moving forward. But very well written statement. I'm very proud to be signing on to this. So,
Thank you.
Steve?
Chris, a question about the future. When the draft EIS is released next year or whenever they bring it out, does a person have to make a comment about a specific issue during the scoping period in order to then comment on or protest against the draft EIS when it's released? Or can anybody make comments again at that period about any of the issues?
You should participate at the scoping period if you want to continue to the draft period and then subsequently file a protest.
And do we have to bring an issue up now in order to comment about that in the draft EIS? If, for instance, if we don't bring an issue up and then we notice in the draft that issue is not talked about, can we then protest that it wasn't talked about?
Yes, I mean, there may be things that are discussed in the draft that we haven't mentioned. We have made an effort to be quite thorough in these scoping comments. These are much more thorough than typical scoping comments tend to be. But there will most likely be material in the draft EIS that is not explicitly addressed in the scoping comments, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss that material in our comments on the draft.
Okay. And I'm not as much worried about our comments because you're very thorough and did I think a very complete job on things. And I'm thinking more about some of the citizens groups who are concerned and private citizens who may or may not have spoken at one of the scoping meetings and maybe haven't sent in written comments at this point.
Well, there's every opportunity to continue to participate, and for people to participate at for the first time at the draft stage. The whole purpose of NEPA is for the federal agency to study the action, take a hard look at its impacts, and disclose those impacts to the public so that it can then hear from the public about the impacts that are disclosed. And so certainly when the draft is issued, people will have every opportunity to comment on it.
Okay.
Rachel?
Yeah, just to clarify on Steve's point, if there was some area that we never commented on and no one commented on, no one asked that this be scoped, that this be included in the NEPA, then you couldn't come back on the draft and say, wait a second, you forgot to talk about Swiss cheese on Mars, or whatever it was, whatever totally new thing. They only have to scope and do NEPA on their own standards and then the specific comments that are put in scoping. So if it was something no one had ever heard of, electromagnetic pollution or something like that, then they could not be held at fault and it couldn't be brought up at the next level. But if it's mentioned at all, water, wildfire, these things, yes, then you can comment and say, you did not adequately do that, you forgot this point, that's when you can amplify it.
Right. And BLM very well may include material in the draft that it includes on its own without any prompting from the public.
Okay.
Scoping.
Good. And then I just, two last thoughts. One is that, as we've discussed before, the issuing of these leases and starting this whole process again is now being called a clerical error. Do we need to simply have the statement to say this is not just a clerical error? And, as you go into some of your more legal, but just literally that this is not a clerical error and cannot be categorized by anyone.
Yes, and I think we haven't explicitly
Use that term.
But it's certainly not just a clerical error when you fail to comply with NEPA, because NEPA is the process by which the public has a chance to get involved in these sorts of decisions.
To me, that is like not registering your car for 10 years and then saying, oh, that was a clerical error because I forgot to register my car. It's just not the same thing. But one last comment, and this is just, again, for your consideration, but as we hit the conclusion on the very last page, 33, thank you for your consideration. We asked you to cancel the leases in these comments. I'm wondering if it's like, given your review of the legal context and the specific environmental concerns on the ground, we ask you to cancel these leases. Maybe a little more context to the ask.
Sure, and in fact, the conclusion has already been
Rewritten.
Embellished a bit through comments from Carbondale and Glenwood Springs. So
Okay.
This is and just so we're clear about the request of the board today, I've heard all of your suggestions and will do my best to incorporate them into the draft. We're hearing similar requests from our partner jurisdictions. We are asking you, because of the way this is sequenced, with you really going first, Carbondale will hear the issue tonight, Glenwood will hear it Thursday night, we're asking you to authorize the chair to execute the document in a form acceptable to the county attorney's office. So
Yeah,
But,
I'll let it
yes,
go. But I just thought we should give a little more context to that
Yes,
final
yes,
closure.
yes.
Thank you.
George?
Chris, this is and will become a public document, so will we be forwarding this on to all of our congressional delegates, and will we be also forwarding it on to the U.S. Forest Service and Department of Agriculture as well?
yes, we'll include them all as CCs on the final document.
Great, thanks.
Any other further comments?
Do you have anyone?
Yeah, Dorothea Ferris is in previous county commissioner in our audience, if you'd like to make a brief
If I
comment.
could make about a 2-minute comment. I've been with the Thompson Divide since before it really was organized. And after 50 years as a rural Pittman County resident, I want to thank you for all the work you've done, and Chris. But in the current couple of weeks, all this about those people in Aspen telling us in Mesa County what to do, I just think you ought to know that in the very beginning, before we even established the rules to go by with the Thompson Divide Coalition, I don't even think we had a name for the group at the time. We talked to Mesa County. We presented them with maps with our concern about the watershed as the defining boundaries. And that includes some of Mesa County. They made it quite clear that they handle that themselves. They did not want to be part of this. And so they were excluded. As time moved on, Mesa County is not part of the boundary. And as a result, we are not telling DeBeck what we, Pittman County, are not saying to DeBeck, this is what you need to do. But we were focused on our area and talking to the people who are very directly affected by this. So we did listen to other people as they spoke very early on. Unfortunately, we even saw our document thrown across the room that they didn't need to be concerned. So I don't have a lot of sympathy for the criticism that Pittman County has had. And I just want to thank the county commissioners for standing to listen to that kind of rhetoric that was, one, unfortunate and inappropriate, because we listened to their request to be allowed to regulate within their county, and we have the same request. And I just really, I think from everyone I've talked to for the last 4 years at least, really has great respect for the Pittman County support for what we're trying to do in an area that is largely Pittman County and Garfield County, as well as the communities that are involved, have been very, very supportive. And I just thank you for all the work that I know you've done. So.
Thank you. Chris, thank you very much for your hard work, and we appreciate your diligence.
Thank you.
Thanks for the board.
Quick discussion now on the agenda for the rest of the day. We could shift a few things around. I'm not sure it's going to help much in terms of our last meeting with the state of the forest report from Chris Lane. So one option is that we take an hour break at this point. The other option is that we stick around and try to knock off a few of our memos of interest, but then have a break later as well.
Yeah, I would move forward, and perhaps, Nan, perhaps you could shoot Ellen Sassano an email. Maybe she can get hold of Chris and see whether they can come over, maybe perhaps a half hour earlier.
Will do.
Yeah.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay?
Yeah, definitely see if they can come over earlier, and then if any of the others, we can start with future agenda, but if anybody else with some of these other
Well,
members.
why don't we
come in.
take a 15-minute break? I will go in and talk to Janice, see if she can come in. Gary's upstairs. Brian from the airport. I don't know if, Nan, if you can try to contact Brian from the airport.
Brian Greasy.
Yeah,
So you want me to see if people can come in about 30 minutes early for the most part?
correct.
Okay. Ooh, Janice.
Is right
If we
next door.
start with Janice.
Yeah,
then we-
exactly. Suzanne Wolf and Nancy Leslie. If you could handle those two, I'll try to find Gary and Janice in the 15-minute break.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Welcome, we're back. It's our work session on May 13th, 2014. We are moving into our memos of interest section of our agenda, and our first on our list is a budget supplemental request from the clerk and recorder's office for a new part-time FTE, or part FTE, I should say. Janice, if you'd like to just kind of lead us through this one, because there's a few moving parts.
So what we're requesting is specifically for our motor vehicle department. We would like to reallocate funds that we already collect from the motor vehicle late fee, and we want to reallocate it to expenditure account to bring in a part-time motor vehicle specialist. Okay, so let me go over the funding source a little bit, a history of that, and let me go over the background and the benefits of the position. Okay, the funding source since 2008, Pickens County has been collecting a motor vehicle late fee, which is incurred by a citizen who does not pay I'm going to say voter because we're in the primary right now, who does not pay their motor vehicle registration at least by 1 month after the due date. There's a grace period afterwards. And what happens is an individual incurs $25 late fee per month up to $100. Of that late fee, Pickens County retains $10. So you might hear me say the $10 late fee because within our department, that's what we call it, we retain $10. That goes into a line item that is retained by the authorizing agent. The clerk and recorder is the authorizing agent. Now we receive, since 2009, we've been receiving approximately $25,000 a year of late fee. And that has been increasing, interestingly enough, 2% over the last 3 years, steadily. So we're probably up to about $26,000 annually this year. So what I'm asking for is a transfer almost $23,000 a year into a line item for a part-time employee. What we've been using the funds for in the past, and we haven't used everything actually, are to provide tools for staff. A lot of it has gone to education outreach because of the changes with legislation that we aren't able to budget for, so we utilize the funds for that. Training for the staff and organizational improvement. So that's the funding source I'm targeting. A little bit of the background of the benefits for the position. What we did was we looked at the trends within the department, the customer service demands. We looked at what other counties are doing and what their FTEs are and their counts are, transactions in motor vehicle. We looked at the staffing within our department and the demands and the workload. So then we determined our assessment based on those. So a little bit about each one of them. The trends regarding the demands and the customer service demands within the department. Interestingly enough, our demands are like a bell curve. They peak between the hours of 11 and 3, lunch hours. People walk in over lunch hours, they call during lunch hours, we get emails, we have online voter registration, mail gets dropped off. So our staff doesn't just stand there and wait on people. They have a lot that's going on around them that comes at them at once. During lunch hours, our staff go on lunch, so we have less FTEs within our department working at the counters. The other thing is, we found out that we have 2.36 FTEs that work in the motor vehicle department. None of our staff work 100%. Nobody in motor vehicle does. They work 94%, 88%, 80%.
I hope they give 100% effort. That's in time.
They give
They give more than 100%.
They do something with the other percent of the time.
We have an awesome motor vehicle department. They crank. They process between 15 and 55% more transactions per FTE than other counties. Now, I did receive some information after I sent this budget supplemental off. Delta and Summit are closer in line with us, but Delta and Summit were late, obviously, because they have staffing, they have workload issues. But what I'm finding is that we are approximately 0.5 or a half a person less to 2 full-time people less than other like-sized counties processing the transactions within our department. So I wanted to share that with you. The other thing is we're open from 8:30 to 4:30. Because our staff do not work 100%, they're in here when the doors open. So they don't have that time, the wing of each day, to work quietly on returning phone messages, transacting mail, et cetera, the quiet work. So there isn't the focus time for them to process workload. In a department, it's like a production line. If you don't get it done, it doesn't get done. You either have to bring somebody else to accomplish it, or you have to pull other staff members to help. And what's happening is our managers and our supervisors are being pulled from their workload, which they're paid higher to do, to address the front line production. And it's not an efficient use of our taxpayers' money to utilize staff, those people who are skilled in administrative work that isn't getting accomplished in the front line. So what we're looking at is we've identified a source. We know that if we bring in a part-time person daily, especially during the peak hours between 11:30 and 2:30, when those 3 hours when over 55% of our transactions happen, and we pull either a third of people away or somebody's sick, on vacation, at a meeting, doing other work, then you have one person on staff, and you're pulling managers up front to help. So it'll assist with the customer with our workflow. It'll assist staff. It'll assist our supervisors in the workflow. And the other thing we're looking at is not just maintaining the department, but like any department, we have future needs. We have upgrades in our systems that we have to address. We have training with the upgrades. We have process management because of changes in legislation, which will continue to increase or sustain at the rate it has. It's increased since I've been on board 400%, the legislation that hits our department. The other thing is if there is a downtime, what we'll do is use that person to start cross-training within our department. We have a small department. It is necessary for us to cross-train in order to keep our operations in the 4 departments going. So that's an overview of what we're requesting. We think it'll be a benefit to the department to help the customers, to help the workload demands, to take the stress off the staff, and to align our managers to do the workload that they're paid to do. Any questions?
Questions, Rachel?
Well, I'm supportive of the request in general. I think that perhaps when we do our 2015 budget, we should look at how this plays out over time. You know, I'm not sure that the source would replenish itself enough over time. Mm-hmm. And the other is because I was thinking, okay, well, now what do we do with public outreach? And I can see there's sufficient fund balance mm-hmm. for a period of time, but maybe you can talk about the intersection of those two during 2015. Right. But we have a problem now. There's no reason to wait for next year's budget to work with it. But I do want to know the long-term implications of this. I think it's something that, we need to be fully staffed as appropriately as we can, given our fiscal constraints. Our customers have come to expect very quick service, and that's not always the case in other clerk's offices. Yeah.
It's not necessarily a matter of quick service. You do that because you're standing in front, but it's workload. It's not just what's in front of you. It's also everything that's coming in behind. Yeah. And you see that with the comparisons with the other counties and the workload. But we have discussed that, and we'll continue to discuss that. Thank you, because you never want to lay somebody off.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
George?
Janice, I'm supportive of this. My question is, what you're reallocating the existing motor vehicle late fees, and as you said earlier, some of those dollars in the past have been used for staff training and some other issues. So I'd hate to see staff training sort of take the short end of the stick. So how are you going to address that?
We continue through the budget each year to put monies aside for staff training. Some of the things we've done for staff training were above and beyond. We still will have some monies in the account. There's a cushion for $23,000 to $26,000 or $3,000 a year, and there's $130,000 in the account. So there's monies in the account.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that probably wasn't clear enough.
Steve?
Janice, would there be any problem finding somebody for a middle of the day shift for a half-time person? Who would be a qualified person for that?
I know there's some people out there. I know other organizations looking for part-time employees have had luck. If you would have asked me that back in 2008, I would say to you, yeah, yes, I am concerned. But at this time, I think there's a good pool of people out there. And I hope that we are fortunate enough to find somebody with skills and ability and the desire to want to help us.
One, if you do have a problem, one possible scenario would be to have a half-time person either taking their half-day, going clear up to either opening time or closing time, and then having the other people, somebody will come in later and work till the end, somebody will come in earlier and work through the first part of the day, so you'd kind of have a flexible schedule to...
Are you talking about the already existing people?
Well, for covering, just for covering the whole day and getting people's lunch hour. So, for instance, the halftime person could come in at 8 o'clock and work till noon. Somebody could come in at 10 o'clock and work till closing time. Another person could come in at 9 o'clock and work through, that kind of flexible, different starting times and different finish times.
I don't, because of the percentages with the staff, existing staff, I don't quite have that flexibility. And because of the peak demands, we've kicked around that as well. How can we adjust hours? How can we accommodate? But we don't quite have that flexibility.
Doesn't quite work
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
You
If
did
you're
think
working
about it, though.
94% or 88%, you're already coming in at 9 o'clock and working till 5. Or
Yeah. So hopefully, maybe you won't have any trouble finding somebody that'll be perfect to fit their schedule, and they live close by and their commute's easy, or whatever. That kind of thing.
Rachel?
Okay.
Janice, just in the sense of a broader understanding of this, when someone is processing a standard motor vehicle that is not late and they pay their fees, how much of our administrative cost do we recover from those fees?
we recover a hiring fee of $2 per transaction from the state.
Okay.
So no, it's not enough to pay for, we are subsidizing, the county is subsidizing
Okay.
the operations as an agent for the Department of Revenue.
You know, I don't know how widespread this is, or if you'd like to talk to your other clerk colleagues in the Clerks Association, but we are currently looking for what should be our legislative agenda with CCI, and we have to submit those early June, probably, and then they vet them through August, and then they vote to take them forward or not in October. But there may be a proposal there, if you had Clerks Association support, that we could get other counties to support, to make it a break even, you know, to say, you know, we can't subsidize this operation, and to see what we could recover more appropriately through the fees.
It's more difficult for us because it's, how would I say this? We're a smaller county.
Yeah.
You have a larger counties that can streamline processes with multiple transactions.
Yeah, but, you know, as long as everyone breaks even, it doesn't matter, you know. But it just might be something that, rather than continuing to see that we're subsidizing motor vehicle administration, we look to some sort of fix.
Sure, I guess what I'm saying is if smaller county breaks even, that doesn't mean the larger counties are making money. So you have the different economies of scale.
Sure, but there might be a different reimbursement rate for smaller counties that do this
Sure.
work for them. You know, I don't know. I mean, I just think it's worth investigating rather than just using our general fund to
Sure.
keep pushing it forward for the next decade or two.
What's the 15.5% for benefits? Is that employee match stuff?
It's
Is that-
Medicare, it's retirement.
Okay, so it's the- yeah.
But it's not, thanks
The
for asking, it's
FICA,
not
those-
the full, yeah, FICA, and it's not the full benefits, it's not health insurance.
it's
Employers on unemployment insurance and the required stuff. It's not the other benefits.
Exactly.
And exactly, is this 0.5 FTE or?
This is a .5 FTE. This is
So
20 hours per week.
approximately 20
approximately.
hours a week.
That's what I calculated.
Yeah. I'm in favor of this. Everybody else nods, nods, nods.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, thank you for your input. Appreciate it.
Gary Tenenbaum.
Hello.
Come on up and tell us about Elk Park Phase 1 and Phase 2 budget supplemental request that you've got.
Well, I'm happy to be here at this point because we've been working on this project now for a really, really long time. And so, to kind of give you a little understanding of where we're at, Phase 1 is the depot, which from 2008, we were able to transfer a scenic byway grant over from Paonia to Redstone. And with that scenic byway grant, we've been working with CDOT and the community to come up with a final plan for Elk Park. We've done that, and now last year we estimated the budget for Phase 1 and Phase 2, and the way things worked out with working with CDOT to try to get things out to bid, we were able to go out to bid on Phase 2 before Phase 1. Phase 1 is now out to bid, I'm happy to say. But when Phase 2 came back, Phase 2 was a little higher than we originally estimated. And there's a few things in Phase 2 that we needed to add. And so now we're here today asking for that extra funding for it. Plus, cleaning up a little bit of something that happened in 2012 is that we've been trying very hard to find different ways to fund this. And we got the scenic byway money, which was great. But we've also tried with GOCO 2 times, and we were not able to get that funding. So now, at the time when we were going for that GOCO funding, said, hey, if we don't get the $30,000 from GOCO, we will come back and ask for it. So we're cleaning that up at this point too. So what we're asking for today is Phase 2, we originally estimated about $395,000. It came in, at first, it came in much higher than estimated, and we've been working with the contractor really hard to knock that down. We were quite surprised that we didn't get a ton of bids, and we are in this new Rocky Mountain bid system, and we've been getting a lot of bids and a lot of interest on a lot of projects, but this one did not generate a ton, but we did get a really good contractor in, and the contractor we chose we've been working with. So right now we're about 8% above the original contract amount with them. And then we needed to add a few things. We've been working really hard on trying to find topsoil for this project, trying to find it throughout the valley, and working with other projects. And we weren't able to do that, or in a quantity that would make sense. And so, we're still working with the landfill and everybody else to get, the cost down for topsoil, but we need to add that in too. And that's about a $50,000 deal. And then when we did the demolition last year, we found some mining remnants, 2 monster concrete slabs that we had a big excavator and it could not do anything to this thing. So we're going to have to probably get something in to really break these things apart. And we're working with the contractor. Hopefully it's not $10,000, but they really don't know how deep they are, and so they don't want to underestimate, considering they really don't know what these things are.
We can't incorporate them into the park plan somehow.
The bummer is we were thinking one maybe would cover up with enough topsoil, but the other one is right where the depot is, and we've got to put a foundation for that in, so...
I was joking.
No, it's not. It's a good one because it would be great just to keep it. But they're at first I was like, this would be the perfect foundation, but they're not situated the right way. So anyway, and then the water line. The main reason we removed that house was the water line completely failed to that house, the cabin originally, and then we found so many other things in the house that we were like, it's not really the place to house anybody. This would be better as a park. The community really felt this would be a great place for a park. And so, when we were starting to figure out how to get some irrigation over to maintain these playing fields and stuff, we worked with Redstone Water, and we found our existing tap onto Redstone Park could handle this if we upgraded it, but then this would actually help the bathrooms, and it would help the irrigation at Redstone Park. And then we'd be able to send a water line across our pedestrian bridge to help there, so we wouldn't have to deal with lines that come around to the coke ovens and all that other stuff. The original line came under Highway 133. I don't want to deal with trying to bore a new line or anything like that. So this will actually benefit all three parks. So right now, we are asking for the additional funding, which is about $130,613, and coming back in for that original $30,000. And so we went to the Open Space Board and they recommended it for you guys' approval.
Rachel?
Yeah, I know you guys work very diligently to keep the costs low, and these are the real price of finishing the project, so I'm supportive of moving it forward. And, you know, I don't see prices going down now that the economy's picked back up. The one thing I really wanted you to pay some real caution to, though, is that water line. You know, and what it strikes me is the experience that Pitkin Iron, the affordable housing, had when they ran a line across the river to hit good wells for their water, and then over the winter the pipes freeze up under the pedestrian bridge, or there was too much movement in the bridge and the pipes kind of cracked. And so I'm not sure what the solution is, whether it's insulation or the type of piping you put in or something like that, but I want to make sure it's not something that we have to repair again and again, since it's not going to be underground. And I agree with the direction, but I just really want you to investigate that thoroughly. It's a pretty cold region in the winter.
And I agree. I think we will, I mean, we are planning on blowing that line out every year, so we don't have that freezing. But I am a little concerned that you are, that, you know, the way it's situated, Redstone Park is actually a little higher than Elk Park, and so how we make sure to get that line emptied, because we don't want to.
Yeah, and then even it was just the movement on the pedestrian bridge that kind of caused some cracking and things like that. So,
because I want to check. I need to ask our engineer about the movement of the bridge.
okay.
It's a good one.
Steve?
You might need to do something like on the Alaska pipeline, where they actually put in different pipelines where there is movement. They'll put in a thing, you know, a thing like that, just to take up some of the flex. And
Yeah.
and there must be some engineering thing like that they have for a water line.
Well, I'll definitely. We'll check with Shrewsbury Gordon Myers, our engineer, on that one. So we'll check with them and make sure. That's a good one.
George?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this, Gary. I think the community up there is anxious and excited about moving this project along. My question is regarding the contract and the contractor. Do we have some stipulations in there in case it goes over budget or doesn't meet timelines?
We do. We're going to put liquidated damages in, because once we get the phase one, finally, the biggest problem we have on timing is the CDOT piece of this, because, you know, when we go out with the scenic byway phase one, phase two can't be totally completed until phase one is completed. You could start some of it, but then you got to either stop or let phase one start and then finish it. So once both of those come in, we are going to, so far the contractor who's on board with this said, if you get phase one under contract and they can complete it by this period of time, they will have no problem finishing it this year. Our goal is to get it complete this year, and we will do liquidated damages if they can't get it done this year. And so that'll be it. And then the way we do our budgeting, I mean, the way we're doing this contract is this is a, you know, we break it out by pieces, but it's also a lump sum at the end. And at the lump sum, as long as we don't run into something other than is in that contract, which I don't think we will, we've had so many years to look at it, you know, we're pretty much on this number. So I hope not to be sitting back for this phase two piece at least. Phase one, let's see what that budget comes in under, but, you know, for phase two, I'm pretty confident we're pretty good.
Everybody in favor of this? I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thanks.
Brian from the airport is here for the next item, which is advertising concessions selection out at the airport.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to report I won't be asking for a budget supplemental at this time.
Going to make us some money.
Exactly. This is really just the first part of a multi-part update on what's going on at the airport. this summer to reflect what was budgeted for and discussed in other presentations. This being slightly different in that it's a request for proposals through the Pickens County Procurement Code to get a new terminal advertising concessionaire. And actually, Dave Strentz here, the president of All Star Media, is here in the back. If we have any questions, I may have to refer to him. To give you a little bit of background, last year we were entering into the final year of our contract with Clear Channel. Clear Channel is a concessionaire that we've had for several years that has provided the displays you see around the terminal. Going into discussions with them and knowing full well we would have to go through this process, we knew going into it that most likely we wouldn't see the type of revenues we had seen in the past. It's listed in the MOI there what we've had for the minimum annual guarantee. And we really didn't know what type of terminal advertising concessionaires were out there. We knew of some, we didn't really know what interest was in Aspen. So we structured an RFP to address, one, the code, and two, some concerns that local advertisers have had, and really to make sure it's in the best value for our community and the airport. So we issued it. We're really pleased to see that we got 5 proposals back from a variety of different vendors, 2 local, one being All Star Media. And the minimum annual guarantee in all of those ranged from about $100,000 to $150,000 annually. So a decrease in what we've had. So as part of the selection committee, we were tasked to really look hard at all the proposals and see what proposal would most likely put us in the percentages, so above the minimum annual guarantee, and hopefully get us to the revenues that we've come to enjoy in the past. Which brings us to All Star Media, our top-ranked proposer. They became the top-ranked because of the use of full-motion digital media, so essentially commercials running in a tactful manner in the terminal building. And what I mean by that is, and you can see in the display, this is just one example, but there will be upwards of 5 like that in 2 locations, one in bag claim and one in secure boarding area. And they'll be running essentially the same content, so one advertisement at the same time, so it's a clean, consistent look throughout the terminal. Room specific, so the bag claim may be running different than the secure boarding area, but you can't see them, so it's not going to be busy. As opposed to kind of the smorgasbord, as you see in most airports, you've got a restaurant here, you've got a hotel here, you've got real estate company here. This is more of a, well, it's digital, so it could be changed out periodically, matter of minutes, with full motion. And really what we liked about full motion is it would attract national advertisers. I think we all know national advertisers, their advertising budget's a little better, and they're really attracted to full motion. This gives us the opportunity to get them in and again, get us our revenues that we've historically had. So after going through the selection process, we did recommend All Star Media as the top-ranked proposer. Right now we're in the final phases of negotiating the contract with All Star Media and our county attorney's office. Real close, and hopefully can be able to sign it this week.
Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I don't think anyone's happy seeing commercials or advertising in the airport, and yet at the same time, that's an incredibly important part of the revenue stream that supports the services. And when we provide additional elements, such as the hostess program and things like that, there has to be a revenue stream to help support those in the airport budget. Hopefully the percentages for going above the minimum annual guarantee would start to get us back to what Clear Channel was paying, or not Clear, Clear Channel. But it's around $150,000 difference, and over 10 years, that's $1.5 million to the airport's budget. And so, I do believe we need to move forward with the most viable candidate, and you selecting those. So I'll put all those issues over here and say I'm okay. What I'm concerned about and want to ask about comes from my experience formerly working with Aspen Activity Center, and for Don Shealy, who no longer owns the company. So although we're friends, that's not the influence or the reason here to ask. But I saw a number of different changes with the advertising contracts at the airport over the years with different operators. I, serviced them for over 20 years. And so what is the disposition of local-based advertising at the airport? Because the very last operator, and it was as I phased out, I stopped working there in 2007, but it was like, no, none of the magazines can be displayed here, distributed here. No, RAFTA has to pay us an extra $1,000 a month if they want the schedules for the buses out on a wall instead of behind the desk, local maps, everything like that. And it just was a mess because, all the business here in town are like, wait a second, this is Pitkin County's airport. You mean I have to pay $1,000 a month premium or some absurd thing to my contract in order to just be in that one location? So
Yeah,
how is that handled?
Thank you for bringing that up. That was actually a concern that we had going into the RFP process. A few things. One, we wanted to make sure we served our local-based businesses. Other things, local management, timely and cleanly professional experience. But what All-Star Media has proposed, and I can bring them up if you'd like me to, is having an area identified as what we're terming Locals Corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a corner. It's actually out in the middle of Bag Claim. And it is specifically designed to hit that price point that locals can get in on. It's kind of a central gathering area for events, companies, really a nice looking display that will congregate a lot of people, and we're excited about it.
Okay.
Do you want me to touch on that? 'Cause unless you're good.
No, I'm okay with it.
Because I can.
Let us ask a few more questions, because I want to...
Follow up on that.
Yeah, well, I'm following up a little bit on the memo, and because you're not really requesting approval of this, we're not really seeing the RFP, and I don't know...
Or the contract.
The bids or the contracts generally stay fairly confidential so that people aren't bidding against each other with knowledge of what other people are bidding. Mm-hmm. So I understand that, but I'm a little confused as to, this seems like an FYI memo, and without seeing the full proposal, of All-Star Media, it's hard to make comments, because I agree with, I think, what Rachel is getting at, which is our airport is our greeting place for, a large percentage of our travelers. Mm-hmm. And as policy setters of that airport, we want to make sure that the message that we want conveyed is conveyed, and that has to do with local businesses, local economies, local issues, those sorts of things. And really this is talking about the ability to get large advertisers, big media dollars on digital display screens, which I totally get, but it seems like one piece of the puzzle of the proposal that was potentially presented, And so what's the process moving forward from here?
Yeah.
I mean, and what are you asking for us today? Is this just a FYI, and then you're going to come back to us with a more in-depth proposal? I am assuming when any contract, just like with the rental cars, or we sign off on the lease of the food vendors out there and the store vendors. So I'm assuming that's going to come back in an official meeting with more of the details regarding this. And will we be able to alter or give suggestions at that point?
Yeah, there's a lot to it. Thank you for pointing that out. I will explain the process a little bit. I did focus on the national in this presentation, specifically because that was the biggest gap that I saw in what we've been making compared to what well, compared to the MAG, and the ability to get back to historic revenues. There's a locals component, as we talked before, which we're very excited about. But now getting back to the process, because there is no real estate in this, the Picken County process is do the RFP. We're fortunate enough to have Aspen Chamber Resort Association on it, so they've been involved in this process too, which kind of helps with the visitors portion of it. But again, because there's no real estate transmittal in this, this typically would just go through staff to sign the contract. I definitely wanted to bring it in front of the board because it is going to be a different look, it's going to be a different feel than what we've had over the past 10, 15 years. And, you know, kind of wanted to get your thoughts on it. But typically, this type of process would be just handled within staff.
So the lease of visual space does not constitute real estate, therefore it doesn't trigger a board decision, is what I'm hearing?
As I understand it, because it's vertical space, it's not necessarily real estate.
Yeah.
If it were more like rental cars is a great example. They're leasing lots, or leasing, you know, square
Sure.
footage. Then yes, then that's kind of the trigger.
Okay, so I guess the next question is, what advice are you looking for? Is it just feedback on a digital display and national advertisers?
Don't really need feedback. This is more me explaining to you what could happen, and obviously if there's something that is, you know, we don't like, that you don't think's within the values of the community, I definitely want to hear it so we can revise it and adjust as necessary. But really, it's more of a here's.
Rachel?
How many years is the contract?
It's a 5-year contract, so it's shorter than we've had in the past, which is good. It's a new product. We can have time to evaluate it. I know the concessionaire would like a little bit longer, but I think this is a real nice compromise. We can see how it works, and go from there. If it works in 5 years, we can continue. If not, we can try something different.
Other comments? Yeah, I don't have an issue with the visual display, and I like the idea of a locals corner type thing. You know, from a business side, I've looked at advertising at the airport. I've been approached for advertising at the airport, and it's always been what I've considered cost prohibitive. There are several local businesses advertising on some of the big panels out there at this point, restaurants included. And I agree with Rachel 100% that how this supports other services, I think, is a key piece to this. You know, if you want to put a Tesla or a Lexus in the center there and it supports somebody greeting, I could see past, you know, the advertising pimping of the space or whatever. So I think getting a piece back from you on, one, what the entire proposal is, and two, how this fits into the budgetary impacts to the airport, because we do have control over that. I mean, it would be nice to know that this is supporting customer service. This is supporting, you know, the bigger picture of being a welcome center for our community. I think that's a big piece of this. You know, in specific, which is what most of the memo was about, was you know, the digital displays and the national advertisers and that sort of stuff. And I'm all in favor of the airport bringing in what revenue they can from that space in a free market type of economy, as long as it's supporting something that's beneficial to making the environment the welcome center for our community.
And that's great insight. Terminal advertising is really the only revenue source that we have that has no direct, indirect, or even induced costs associated with air travel. It's purely consumer driven, consumer from outside the airport. So that's kind of cool. One other item that I would like to mention, and one of the great flexibilities of digital full motion video presence that we have, is we will be able to work this out with All-Star Media and Dave to put community events, put certain non-revenue events,
Public service
public service announcements on those that are specific to the airport or the community, and really utilize that full mass presence that it delivers.
Well, I mean, that would be a question. Is part of this contract allow for a piece, of that, or are we giving up full control?
It does, and I'll definitely hit on that more in the next update.
Rachel?
Yeah, well, thanks for that, and I'll wait to see the update to see what it says. And I realize that for any advertising agency or firm, it's a kind of a tough nut to crack, because you could have an Aspen Sports type of operation that is 7 locations and very big business doing ski rental and equipment, and then at the same time right next to it you could have a brochure that's the church guide, and the churches barely can contribute to print the darn brochure, let alone the distribution fees. And so, I just want to make sure that the small operators, whether it's a kids' day camp or summer babysitting, these companies that are very small, guided nature tours, aren't, squeezed out because you're looking at the same rate that, a large multi-outlet retailer would have. I mean, and I don't understand exactly how to do that. I mean, frankly, the brochure racks used to hold 97 different clients, and they have 150 different locations other than the airport. So someone would pay a full contract for $300 a month, and they get all those locations. And now it suddenly became the airport's a breakout, and what's it really worth for that one contact there? But I do think it's really important. I mean, let alone things like RAFTA information and public facilities. So. I'll just wait and see what you have to come up with. I think it has turned out in the past that when people said, no, none of that can go in here, we only sell to us, you end up with 12 people, and that's it. And it really doesn't give. So I want to make sure we're not putting revenue over customer service for local attributes, local businesses. But I don't think that should interfere with someone being able to get a Moet champagne visual, on the big board and the national plans. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anything, I do have to ask this, the contract will be ready to sign, probably this week. Should I hold off on signing that until the final presentation?
Well,
I mean, I'm curious as to
what else in it?
Yeah,
we
what
have to
else?
live with it for 5 years, whether we've,
It's unfortunate that John Peacock is not here to give us a better explanation in terms of, is this something that would normally come before us, or is this an administrative item?
Yeah.
And maybe you could check with John, or Nan, you could check with John. Is John going to be here tomorrow, or will you be here tomorrow?
I think he is, yeah.
Maybe we can get that question answered tomorrow in terms of the process, and because I don't want to be micromanaging out at the airport if this is something that is under your purview, but if it's not, if it's under our purview, then we should know that.
I did work with the attorney's office before, because I originally thought, exactly to Rob's point, that the contract's very similar. Actually, we use the rental car contract template. So that was my expectation, to have 2 readings in front of the board. But I did verify that because of the real estate issue, it's not necessary.
And I'd also like to think that it's something a little bit more than just money. That we are the policy setters for that welcome center to some extent. And, that image that's expressed forward, we should be part of it, because we're the ones that are going to be getting some of the phone calls. Why is the airport doing this? Why is the airport doing that? So it would be my preference that we did have some purview over this, but if we don't, we don't. So I would ask you to talk to John Ely and Jim and
I'll communicate with John Peacock about the question about whether or not this is administrative or policy. and whether or not it makes sense for you all to hold up the process for further review.
Yeah, I mean, here we are looking at the airport design plan and talking about lighting and signage and all those things. That's not administrative. That's us looking at the design guidelines for the airport. This falls directly under the design guidelines for the airport, in my opinion, which is the image that's projected by what people are seeing when they walk through there. So, Steve?
We had an unfortunate incident probably 15 years ago at the Fruta Unwelcome Center, as we now call it.
Mm-hmm.
And it created such a bad impression on me that that's what we call their welcome center down there. And I've hardly ever gone into it since. So to me, that just shows the importance of good PR and doing things right, because you make one wrong impression on somebody, it can stick with them forever, and you lose a customer. And this, having the appropriate displays and friendly people behind the desk greeting and answering questions and all of that is just so critical to our tourist economy and keeping the airport as truly as our welcome center.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We're very fortunate to have ACRA staffing that booth every time there is commercial airline flights to provide that warm welcome, which is appreciated. We hear it very frequently.
Yeah. Rachel?
I'm sorry, I have to have one more last comment. Sure. But Steve reminded me, I have actually seen that ACRA booth shrink in size. They used to have twice the space, and we're able to rent more to someone else, so be it. But the storage really becomes a problem for those chamber people of how do they actually get out those magazines and store them and that people want, and they don't like people walking up and seeing it's a totally empty thing and there's no dining guides or there's no gallery guides. And so you may want to think a little about how the airport itself can help accommodate a little of the storage on that opportunities.
To your point, actually in the last year and a half, we've doubled the size of the ACRA booth, so it's larger than
it used to be there for a while.
Used to be. We do provide some storage for printed materials in our facilities area, but that is the challenge with the airport and really anybody.
We'll address it with the new terminal in a big way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I guess follow up, and if they do feel it's appropriate, and I think the consensus is that we kind of feel it's a little appropriate to come back with a little more.
Yep, I'll definitely come back, and then I'll just touch base. We'll follow offline on what order the signature goes in, and we'll work with John and John on that.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Is John Ely going to join us for this celestial piece? Do you know? I was going to email him right now if he is upstairs, because I would like to.
I talked to him a little while ago. It sounded like he was planning on it.
Maybe you can answer the question, but let's step into our next item here, because it's kind of a legal question. So this is Celestial Land Company hearing protocol, and there was a short memo put out by Suzanne Wolf about a conduct for the hearing and an outline for the hearing. And it's pretty self-explanatory in our memo, but I did have one question which seemed a little unclear given the elements that took place in the last hearing when the appeal was upheld and it went back for a new process through the BOCC. My understanding was that kind of left the neighbors out, and this was being brought in front of us as a new hearing. So why are the neighbors getting a platform to be part of this hearing as opposed to just being part of public comment?
I guess we've treated it that way all along. It is back in the realm of being Celestial's application as opposed to appeals or whatnot. So it is clearly Celestial is the primary, proponent here. Clearly, the neighbors and as the opponents have been a part of this process all along. So, I mean, you could call it just public comment, but I think we all know that clearly there is going to be a very organized public comment by the neighbors. There may be additional public comment separate from the neighbors, but we wanted to accommodate, you know, our biggest question here is, here's kind of the layout. We also we know in the past you've kind of wanted to set time limits on things. But so we felt that clearly Celestial's going to have their opportunity to present. We wanted to give the neighbors the opportunity to present their position on the application that is now in front of you, and then also allow for any other public comment there may be. I don't know if you...
So, I mean, John, I don't know, the question that I just asked was, seeing that now that the appeal has been granted and that this is a new hearing brought to us by Celestial, I'm a little confused as to how the neighbors become a party to the actual hearing versus being a third party and just being allowed public comment like anybody else. Certainly they have the right to appeal any decision. Well, it wouldn't be an appeal, it would be a lawsuit of any decision that we make as a third party. So I was just a little confused in reading this memo as to why the neighbors' presentation, why they actually are granted a presentation versus just as part of the public comment. But I guess, you know, to some extent it's up to the, and I kind of, in my closing comments of the appeal, kind of made that clear that, you know, now that the appeal has been granted, the neighbors are a third party now, and we're hearing a new hearing, and so I don't know what sort of presentation we're going to be expecting from the neighbors. Certainly timelines are something that we can put on it, but George, do you want to comment on this?
I think I agree with where you're going, Rob. I view this as a land use issue, just like any other land use issues that come before us. And I really do not expect or do not really want to see an opposing presentation that will be a full-blown presentation. Public comment is public comment, just like any land use. That would be my thought.
Rachel?
Well, I'm not quite where you guys are. Obviously, this is, you know, a start from scratch, new application. And it's important for all of us to separate the time we've spent on previous appeals and hearings. But if this is a standard, you know, public land use process like any other, we don't have time limits. We don't say you can only have 15 minutes for your presentation and then we're going to do this and that. We don't. You know, we let every land use play it out. So I don't think we could put, quote, time limits on it, whether it's Celestial or anyone else. When you get down to what happens when we open the public hearing, I think that it's going to be important that we take whatever time is necessary so that there is not an appeal based on a due process consideration, that I had 10 minutes worth of things to say and you only gave me 3 minutes because you're trying to run this public process. You know, sometimes if everyone's just repeating things, it's like Debec and it's all philosophical, then it's not very meaningful. But if it's facts that they want the opportunity to enter into the record, I think you have to give them that. And this is just going to be a lengthy process. The only other alternative I could see would be that they have to submit in writing, but we only let them talk for 2 minutes. And I don't want to do anything that gives anybody's high-power attorneys the chance to sue it, to overturn it, to tie it up. And if giving them time on the agenda formally as the neighbor's presentation, it might end up being less time-consuming and less disjointed than if we have 20 different people from the neighbors groups, each trying to say 5 minutes worth of what would have been a single presentation. So, you know, I just think we just have to let it play out and let it take the time it takes.
But consider also that that's a double-edged sword with, if we allow a presentation from the neighbor group, the applicant could sue us and say, you know, this is a land use hearing. Why was there an opposition presentation? You've never allowed opposition presentations. If, you know,
I think we've had some presentations by neighbors who were not supportive of a proposal and would tell us a lot of the whys and what fors and
More than public comment?
yeah, I mean, maybe you take it off as Nazar's presentation, but I guess what I'm saying is I don't think we could or should say, okay, 3 minutes, sit down, your time's up, next, 3 minutes, sit down, your time's up, to people who would like to inform the public record on this. And so, maybe it's just a matter of having a long public comment period, but I think you're just, this goes with the territory.
I guess I was going to say my only thought from when we've done this with the hearing officer several times over is that when we started by just having unlimited hearings, we had multiple full-day hearings. And so I think, for better or for worse, both teams at this point are kind of used to this format that we've come to where they feel like they each have an equal opportunity. I mean, Celestial's clearly anticipating the neighbors to be here, ready to present against their project. The one piece they've wanted to clarify with us, and this shows that, is that the neighbors present their opposition, whether it's just called public comment or something else, but that they have the opportunity to rebut.
The rebut, yeah.
So anyway, that's just my thoughts on kind of how we've come to trying to organize this more than we probably usually do with most hearings.
John, what's your advice?
Well, I like your comment, actually. It tries to drill down on where we are in the process of giving a final determination to a land use application. But I like the outline that Suzanne came up with and talked about it before. It basically, I think, recognizes the obvious too. I mean, we're going to have a presentation, and the folks that we refer to as the neighbors were the appellants before. They're going to have a chance to talk, whether it's just an open public discussion or a specific time. At least this way, the time limits are established and known and going into it, and it facilitates a way to keep track of everything in time management. It also mirrors the pattern of presentation to the board for a standard land use application that an applicant presents. There's questions from the board if the board so desires. Public comment, which is generally people who are opposed, typically, and sometimes there are folks in support, will address the board. And although the board can limit the presentation or limit the public comment, the practical reality is that historically the board's been pretty open to giving people every opportunity to speak. I mean, this board doesn't typically close off, public comment. And then, as Suzanne mentioned just now, having the ability for a rebuttal opportunity, so to speak, the applicant being the proponent of an action, having a chance to respond to the reasons why the action shouldn't be granted that are presented by the neighbors or the public, preserves an anticipated and accepted pattern of presentation to a judicial tribunal or a quasi-judicial tribunal like yourselves. And it's well within the norms of establishing a due process availability to both sides. So,
And I guess my biggest question that I was concerned about is, do you find this predetermining this process to this level is defensible on somebody saying, well, you didn't follow what you normally do, or why did you let the neighbors talk when normally you wouldn't let someone time to give a presentation?
right.
Why do you let one opposition group have basically endless time as opposed to public comment where everybody's kind of given the same amount of time to some extent, obviously? And why did we allow a rebuttal when we normally don't allow a rebuttal after public comment?
We do let people respond to things
generally
that have been set up.
based from commissioners' questions to people directly. It's not a specific rebuttal period. It's can you respond to something that was said as a question from a commissioner to get more information? George?
I still believe that, for me, we should just view this as a normal land use application and follow our normal protocol, which is up on the board. Public comment is public comment without making a formal agenda item where you have an opponent presentation where then all of a sudden you've got attorneys and planners and scientists and geologists. If they want to do that in a public comment format, that's fine. Everyone has a reasonable amount of time that we normally give for public comment. I don't see veering off from our standard policy. I don't think we're going to cut anybody off. I'm not setting any time limits per se. I think it's reasonable. I don't want to see a public comment from one person go on for an hour. I don't think that's reasonable. But I would just follow our normal protocol.
So then, is it an issue of just describing this presentation to the BOCC in the form of whatever it takes from the neighbors as public comment, as opposed to neighbor's presentation or something like that?
Yeah, that's what that'd be my suggestion.
I wouldn't eliminate the rebuttal aspect, though. I would.
And I don't think we do. I don't think we do. I think Rachel's correct that after public comment, there's usually an opportunity for follow-up with questions from the board, or certainly last-minute opportunities for the applicant to make some comments. I don't think we've ever cut that off.
No, I don't think we have either, but as it's not stated up there, it usually comes in the form of somebody asking the applicant, would you like to respond to any of the comments that are made, as opposed to it being...
It's not a debate.
It's not, yeah.
Right.
Right.
No, and I think in the rebuttal actually implies that what you're doing is responding to a comment or to something that was raised or something that wasn't covered initially. But if that's the only real change is the outline, that it basically puts the neighborhood group, instead of calling them out individually, putting them into public comment, essentially we've got the same procedure, and that's fine.
So I guess the question is, as chair who's going to be running the meeting, during the public comment, and I'm asking for the advice of the fellow commissioners here, because it's going to be a tough meeting to run. During the public comment, where the neighbors start to present something, to what extent do we think we should allow leeway of a full-blown hour-long presentation? At what point, is our tolerance to say public comment shouldn't include that much? And I think it would also be wise to say, well, if they want to do more than a 5-minute comment per person, you're welcome to submit something for the record in writing. And that, it adds to our materials, but...
Well, for me, saying you have to submit something in writing, means that you're into 2 meetings, because I'm not going to be able to read what they submit in writing at that meeting, and they might have to respond to things that they hear at that meeting. Mm-hmm. And so it can't be all in advance that way. And so, it is what it is. It's going to be long. It's what we get the big bucks for. That's what we're here for.
To some extent, you're suggesting unlimited public comment.
I'm not suggesting unlimited public comment, but I'm saying, I think that if we say 5 minutes each, you're going to see the neighbors readily have 20 different people there, to each one make 5 minutes worth of a 1-hour presentation. And it might be better to just say, here it is, but I'm thinking both defensively, knowing that we'll get sued by either and both sides, no matter what our decision is. I'd rather just go through the listening part. I don't want any questions raised about was there favoritism, which I think you're trying to bring up the point by putting them on the agenda. Are they getting favored? And I don't want accusations that we denied due process because we were in a hurry to get on to other items. I'm sitting here looking at this and saying, when are we going to have a site visit? Because more likely than not, in all these difficult ones, somebody calls for a site visit. And so we're going to really be able to settle this at the end of this meeting, as you wonderfully put down, have a vote, and it's over. But I think that, it may very well be something we should try to squeeze a site visit in either before or after this hearing before a final decision is made. I mean, it might be something we all sleep on it and not have a board consensus at the end.
Rob?
Yes, Steve.
I have a feeling that probably Glenn Horn will be speaking jointly for most of the neighbors' comments, if not all of the neighbors' comments, and he probably, he could have a fairly lengthy presentation, but that actually makes it more concise and organized train of thought, and if they are doing it that way, and there might be some adjoining neighbors who aren't represented by Glenn Horn speaking for them, so I think I agree with just doing it like a regular public hearing and let Glenn talk his whole time, because he's going to be organized and put the points out they want to put out.
Yeah.
And also in terms of the rebuttal part is not on our ordinary procedure here on the wall, but we have the discretion, it's up to us to, or up to you, Rob, as chairman, to ask Celestial, especially, maybe about specific things or maybe in general, to ask them, do they have anything that they want to respond to at that point? That's a commissioner question where we're talking about an issue further and asking Celestial representatives to talk on that. And that's the way we could handle it. It just is our questioning to give them an opportunity to do the rebuttal without having it listed as the procedure we're following.
I'm not worried.
Let me just express where I stand, just so we can make some decisions moving forward.
So really
Yeah, go
quickly
ahead.
first, just so it might inform yours. What we all have to bear in mind, and we know this is a new hearing, but that means that all the evidence does need to be re-entered into a new record. It doesn't matter what we heard about hazards before, geologic hazards from either side's attorneys or specialists or scientists or anything. That's part of a different record.
No. This is one continuing.
It's going to continue the record?
From this last application. The application came in, was reviewed by the
Okay.
hearing officer, you have an appeal, and then the appeal is concluded with the modification, if the modification is appropriate, of the hearing officer's decision by the BOCC, informed upon by a presentation by the applicant, public comment, and so forth. And
So in making
everything that's been, this record's huge already.
Yes, it
and
is.
it'll just get bigger, but everything that has been part of the application, the hearing officer decision, the hearing officer proceedings, everything, everything part of that appeal,
Okay.
it's all going to be part of that
All the
record.
evidence, so we
Yes.
can base our decision on those past
Any
things
of
we've
that,
heard.
right.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was misinformed.
One other point, Rob, I'm
Steve?
looking at future agendas, this isn't even on future agendas for that day, and I'm wondering,
It just hasn't been, I don't
Where
know
does-
why,
where
but it
was-
hasn't been added. It's been noticed, it's been.
yeah, but is it in the land use public hearing portion? Is
It
that
would be
where?
land use public hearings.
where it would be
And I
listed?
believe Lance mentioned that a couple of other things had been continued to that date, including Woody Creek Special District, and then I think something about, was it marijuana regulations, which wouldn't be land use.
And
There's something about, I don't know if that was land use or that was administrative, but
will we be able to rearrange the agenda so this is the last item, because so we don't have somebody waiting
The
for?
board can always change the agenda. It's typically done at the beginning of a meeting, just so that all the participants know.
Because I don't want to have American Tower Corporation sitting there waiting for 2 hours while we go through the whole Celestial thing, and that would make me feel bad for them, and I'd be feeling sorry for them instead of paying attention to Celestial.
So would it be helpful for us at this point to, within the public notice of some sort or something, to say, we would like public comment to be at about 5 minutes per person, no more?
I would anticipate that would be confusing to the neighbors, because as Steve mentioned, Glenn Horn and Mark Hamilton will speak for all of, I would assume, maybe there's
Well, then
one or two parties outside.
I was going to say, with the exception that if the neighbors can agree on one individual or a couple of individuals to give a presentation of, no more than a half hour.
The time, I think, can be set by the board. and by the chair particularly, as long as it's a reasonable duration. I remember when this was being considered for setting, and the parties were thinking it would take an entire day, like an 8-hour process, and I kind of smiled and I said, guys, you've got to remember this is an application for a house. We're not designing an airport, it's just a house. But to not recognize that this thing has been charged since day one and has been going on for 3 years? 4? No.
2009.
Wow. That there is going to be some discussion, recognizing also that everything that's happened before is all in the record and can be relied upon by the board for a decision-making process. I think that it's reasonable to set some sideboards on what this discussion and presentation you're willing to hear is. Otherwise, like what happened in front of the hearing officer, this thing will just get away and it would be very difficult to grab. So Suzanne notifying both sides, so to speak, and then as part of the notice for the meeting, everybody being informed. If the appropriate time is 30 minutes or 45 or 60 or whatever your board feels is appropriate, I think that's the reasonable decision, and you can set your agenda accordingly and manage your time how you see fit. I mean, you do not need to be in here for 8 hours to determine this. That's a fact.
George, you seem to have some opinions over there.
I just go back to, this is a land use application, and public comment is not presentations. It's an opportunity for the public to weigh in on the land use item, and we allow a certain amount of time, a reasonable amount of time, but we don't, in the past, we have not expected full-blown presentations from attorneys, from planners, from scientists, as part of a public comment. I'm not sure why we're veering off of our normal policy. We've got the record. I think Rachel's question was valid. We've got all this information already. It's already been presented to us. If we need to review that, any of the commissioners have the opportunity to ask that question.
So to stop continued discussion here, I'm going to ask John a question. If he feels that, as chair, if I make a decision that I'm still within kind of legal defensible rights here, what I'd like to do is let the applicant and the neighbors group know that we will be conducting this as a public hearing process as normal, with the exception that I will allow as chair, as my discretion, a representative of the neighbors group to give one 30-minute presentation as their public comment, as an exception to a general rule of about 5 minutes per individual as public comments. And then the Celestial group will be allowed, again, per the chair's discretion, a chance to address comments that are made after the public hearing. That's what I'd like to do. If I get a nod to heads, and it'll put the kibosh on a 3-hour presentation of a neighbor group, and it's basically saying that we're making an exception for them, even though they are not officially part of this application process at this point, and that's what they'll be allowed. And they should be wrapping up their, if they do want to make that presentation, they should, I guess, let Suzanne know who it is going to be that's making it, and that they will be allowed around 30 minutes.
And any limit on Celestial's presentation?
I don't think we do that, because we don't do it for other public hearing aspects, that quite frankly, if they bore us to death, it's not going to be to their advantage.
Gotcha.
Then perhaps Suzanne should strongly hint that you don't want to bore the board.
Yeah, if you want to throw that comment out, go ahead. But that's, as chair, and I thank the rest of the board for weighing in on this, but I guess the weight's on my shoulders a little bit as chair, and that's the decision that I'd like to make.
Okay.
Okay.
Just one thing on this, since Rachel brought up the idea of a site visit, I put it out to folks upstairs that would it be possible to maybe do it the morning of, on the 28th?
It's on our list for.
I know you have,
Oh,
I know you
to
have
talk
yeah,
about
stuff to
later.
discuss later.
Oh,
But So
okay.
anyway, just to throw that out,
To
since,
do it in the morning.
The morning of the 28th?
yeah, if that's a possibility,
Before
since
noon.
everyone will
It is
have.
for me.
It works for me.
Everyone will be here. And we'd have an entourage. So, yeah.
Looks like it's, yes.
Okay, so we can look at that. timing.
What's that site visit going to look like? Because that site visit could take hours. So, I mean, how's that going to be orchestrated?
It would be a site visit like you'd go in on any other land use item, where staff is along, the applicant goes. I'm sure everyone who's here is going to want to tail along. I think we'll have to basically sequester you guys and not let you talk to anybody. I don't know. I mean, but I think you had said you wanted to see the site and to
Right,
point out the places of where the house is located, the alternate location that's been discussed, where the debris flow is coming down. I mean, just the physical pieces of it, same as on any other site
So
visit.
then I think it's going to be, again, incumbent upon the chair to make sure that it's a site visit for the BOCC, and it's not, we're not entertaining public comments.
No conversation
or public
whatsoever,
comments.
except for our staff and the BOCC.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think, it is typical that the applicant is allowed to point things out. It is
Sure.
their application.
Upon
So,
request of the
again, right, I
staff
think,
or the app of the
right,
BOCC.
So, but we'll have to, definitely try and keep it contained.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's, obviously anybody can show up.
Right.
But it's a public meeting, simply out on site. Okay.
An hour to schedule for the site
You think
visit.
you need that long on site? I mean, I guess it's really,
We get done early, we get done early.
okay.
Okay.
I would, what time is that going to be scheduled for, do we know?
No, I just have a note here to schedule it in the morning on the 28th,
So we'll
and
just need to leave you enough time when you come back to have time. before
you
your
start at
meeting.
noon on the
You start at
I have
28th.
time to have lunch
Right,
before.
So
our
maybe
Right.
from 10 to 11 with the lunch
Yeah.
at 11.
Or if you
Well, I
leave
think,
town at 9:30 maybe,
Or 9:30.
yeah,
and plan to be back here by 11.
rather be safe than sorry on time.
Sorry, Alex, we've got one more in front of you. Nancy, would you like to address your memo?
Hello.
Nancy Leslie, City of Aspen, events for pro bike race,
Pro Challenge.
pro challenge bike race.
Yes. And I think what I tried to do is, I think, Rob, in regards to your kind of final comment when we were here 2 weeks ago with the application, you had indicated perhaps making the MOI more around the conditions and the triggers. And so really, what we are waiting on right now is the Captain Duran and the Colorado State Patrol to go do their drive-through of the entire course, looking at where they would make, especially on Highway 82 and 133 as it pertains to us, where they would make that single lane enclosure versus the full both-way enclosure, or stoppage of the traffic and things like that. So we haven't gotten that information, so I don't have any necessarily updates for you right now. But I guess what I wanted to do is make sure that you felt comfortable with the format. And what we'll do is we'll go through this every other week, and I'll add either updates or no updates or things like that. Is that an acceptable kind of format acceptable and comfortable for you?
It's exactly what I was looking for, and
Okay.
really primary changes that affect those trigger aspects as things move along.
Yep, and I will highlight those, probably put them in red or something like that for you, so it's a pretty obvious, one for you.
Just in terms of process, so there's been a route that's been determined, and have we actually seen that final route?
The map is, Mike Kramer has the map, and I believe what happened was they made the actual route announcement last Tuesday, and so then we got the maps after that. So Mike is going to put those actual maps in your packet for, I think, the resolution.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Steve?
I've heard that the Carbondale's going to be building their roundabout, and I presume the bike race, I know that's not our territory, but you are aware of the roundabout construction, and the bike race there is avoiding going through that intersection where that is?
I know that Medalist is in contact both with Carbondale and with CDOT and everybody like that, and there was consideration for construction taken into the route.
And then also the BOCC thing where they're going to turn off Highway 82 is the route that they selected?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. With the understanding that BOCC would assist in supplying kind of traffic control and volunteers and things like that, which was the hinging point on doing it in other places.
Great. Any other questions for Nancy at this point?
Thanks for keeping it rolling.
Thank
In
you.
2 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Next is a sponsorship request from Startup Week in Aspen, which is coming up in a couple of weeks now.
It's our time?
Yes.
Come on up.
Sorry I couldn't get this to you earlier. We're a little staff short, but this is, I think, what you asked for was what did we spend and some detail and what our budget looks like this year, if anyone is particularly interested. I think the important point here is,
So how do you pronounce your last name, Alex?
Huppenthal.
Huppenthal.
Yes.
Let me see. So there's been a request in front of us for sponsorship for Startup Week in Aspen. This was an event that was done about a year ago now. Was it done a year ago?
Last October.
So last fall. And I think we'll let them give a little bit of a presentation and then bring it back to the board for discussion. I had emailed Alex, just so you're aware, with 2 questions that I think I followed up with the last time you were in front of us, or at least addressed the last time you were in front of us, which is what's the itemized breakdown of revenue and expenses for the last event, and what's the budget for this event? And the second question that I asked was, what's the plan for sustainability, or does this become a request every year? For me, that's a threshold type thing, because if it becomes a request for every year, well, let's add a property tax or something for it, And I don't think this board is going to go down that road. But if it's something to get started and move forward, then I would treat it slightly different. So, Alex, if you'd like to just tell us a little bit about what Startup Weekend Aspen is and what you're requesting of us.
Okay. Last year my name is Alex Huppenthal. I'm one of the organizers of Startup Weekend, and John Fox Rubin is as well. Last year we had an event at the Aspen Music School campus, which was donated to us. It saved us quite a bit of money in our budget. And we had about 110 people attend. It was a tremendous event. Startup Weekend is a group of global, impassioned entrepreneurs, coaches, mentors, community leaders that believe that encouraging entrepreneurship in the local environment is a great way to move the economy forward. So the purpose of Startup Weekend is to allow people to pitch ideas about anything that they want to that might turn into a sustainable business, and one preferably that's in the community, because it's all based on community members. We're organizing it that way, and that's the way it works. Startup Weekend is a 501c3, so it's a nonprofit organization. It was originally came to fruition here in Colorado, in Boulder, and since then it's moved up to Seattle. It has about 800 events globally, and helps about 120,000 people so far, or has helped about 120,000 attendees understand what it takes to launch a business. So we have a lean startup model that you may not think is practical, but in 3 days an individual can pitch an idea, form a team, and potentially launch that business. And something like 8,100 businesses have been launched that way. So we're pretty excited. I've gone to 5 of them around the country. I didn't believe it when I first went to the first one that they actually could work, that you could launch a business in 3 days. But as it turns out, lots of people do. And some of the best ideas for community advancement, sometimes government tools for that matter. Seattle had a startup weekend that was themed around government solutions. So the concept works. It's a training environment, and basically you get hands-on experience surrounded by coaches on how to start your business. So you're forming a team, and that team then works all weekend to try to launch a business. So it isn't a tutorial, and it isn't the typical kind of, we'll teach you by lecturing, and then you go experiment, and then you take some more lecturing. It's hands-on the entire 54 hours. And so it was really well received. We did a survey after our first startup weekend, which is in October, and we got on the score of food, organization, material, value to yourself. All of the questions we could ask a person who attended. We got 9 out of 10 score on that. And out of all the respondents to that survey, 100% of them said that they would recommend it to a friend. So we had 110 people come. It was a 3-day event. We created a fair number of overnight stays, so that was a benefit to the community. We raised the awareness of the Valley as a place to bring your business. We had people come from as far away as the East Coast. We had people come from Oregon. We had a coach come from Oregon, which was a fantastic fellow, and donate his time. It's all volunteers, and I think you'll find if you look over this first sheet, we try to do a reasonable estimate of what the cost would be if we had a private event like this that was funded with private dollars and not volunteers and not contributions. And we'd be over $100,000 to put on an event like this. John's donated his time. I donated my time 3 months last year, about a month and a half this year for Startup Weekend. It's coming up May 17th is boot camp at the CMC. We're having it at the CMC this time. It's a wonderful place. CMC is excited about Startup Weekend. Overall, we've talked with CMC leaders, Isaacson School of New Media, talked to the new president of CMC about Startup Weekend, and she's actually from the Kauffman Foundation, which is the company that helped launch Startup Weekend. She worked there. So we think it's an exciting event. We've had some success in October. This year we're looking at a budget. Our budgets are tiny compared to the benefit. Our budgets are generally under $10,000, and we get that from private individuals, from governments, and most of that money goes to feed people. We put on seven meals for the entrepreneurs that are there, and we try to keep the costs very low. So the total cost of the event is $100 for 7 meals, 3 days, all volunteers. Last year, you probably have seen his name around. Mark Ostrowski, who's a New York Times bestselling author, donated his time. He told us before the event that normally he gets paid $20,000 for an event to speak. He donated that along with 170 copies of his book for free to the attendees. This year we've got Bruce Eckel, who's an incredible author and one of the most brilliant software developers. He's going to be speaking, and he commands quite a fee as well, and he's volunteering that time, and he's going to be a coach. So we have another person, Mr. Aaron Silverman, who actually launched a business at Startup Weekend, made money, who's also going to coach a team and write code for them if they need that. So it's an exciting event. Everybody leaves charged up. Many of the people that went to Startup Weekend in October flew to another Startup Weekend in a different part of the country because they were so excited about it. So we have people actually going to different Startup Weekends around the country. One of the fellows was a really good programmer, ended up going to 2 Startup Weekends and getting a job. He just got a job offer. His group actually won each time.
I'm just going to press pause.
Yeah, sure. So you can tell I'm excited about it. John is too.
I'm excited as well. I'll try to be very brief. Both Alex and I have started businesses in this valley. 2 of mine were manufacturing companies, very challenging to do. And we want to create an ecosystem here in the long run. Is this a one-time thing? We view this as a seed investment. We're asking for very small sponsorship levels. The town of Basalt last October gave us $250. They bumped it up to $1,000 this year. They're going through a downtown crisis where town's getting sucked out to Willits. How do they reinvent themselves? One of the commercial real estate owners there, she's creating a little hub for entrepreneurs to work, and so she's created a prize. One of the prizes is some lucky entrepreneur is going to get 3 months of working in this shared office space. So this is a grassroots. We're building it from the bottom up. We're not going out and saying, "Hey, Rich Foundation, come give us a bunch of money and we'll put on some $100,000 events in Aspen because Aspen's high profile." We're trying to go into the community. We're really building it bottoms up, and that's why we're trying to communicate to a variety of stakeholders. Telluride, closest analogy, they have a thing called the Telluride Venture Accelerator. It was funded by their community foundation. Telluride did their first startup weekend last year as well, about 2 months before we did ours. We had 4 times as many people, but we determined they're a sister city because the rural resorts all have this challenge. We have such a limited economy, and if our kids could get plugged in, so we're trying to be accessible to students, we're trying to be accessible to women, and everyone has an idea, but not that many people actually act on their idea or are willing to throw it out there. And that's what we're trying to break down and turn everyone into an entrepreneur who has a little bit of passion around some idea. So that's the background, and we'd love you to consider sponsoring us.
Questions, comments? Rachel?
Well, I would like to see us support this at some level, and I think it's exciting. It is something that hopefully many of these would start and stay in the area. Maybe some will go national and go somewhere else. It's always hard to tell. We have had economic sustainability and economic development as one of our priorities as the county, and that's been very limited. We don't quite have the same role that municipals have. Quite frankly, ours has been more supportive special events that attract media attention and things like that. And we contribute to that through a fund we set aside. And I think Alex and we communicated a little by email after your last event because it seemed to be miscommunication as to how to get a formal request in, and I passed that along. But as I said in one of those emails, we only set aside a $10,000 a year contingency fund for the whole year. So a $2,500 ask, I think, is a little too large for what we can really do. That's a quarter of that contingency fund. Other communities have $40,000 or $60,000, and so I want to hear what the other board members think about an appropriate amount. I could see putting in $1,000 and be 1/10 of our contingency for this year, and I realize it's probably a disappointing number to you, but it seems to me that when the business center out of Randy Lowenthal's out of Basalt area, I'm not even sure we did not contribute very heavily to that either when it got started, maybe not at all, and maybe a $500 later, a future year or so. I can't remember, the years have started to blend. But again, I would put out the number of $1,000, and I think that it's a good venture.
A question. Your audience, are they all locals or are they coming from other places?
Well, we advertise to the entire region, so most of our social media advertising has been from Parachute to, this entire, the Roaring Fork Valley mostly. So, but we do have participants that end up coming, and we do have volunteers that end up coming, like Aaron is coming from Pennsylvania to talk.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I support the concept. I just don't see Pickens County's role in sponsoring this type of program, especially since what you're saying is most of these dollars are going to go towards just feeding the participants. I see that why wouldn't we get requests from conferences that want to come to town to provide good information on real estate, on financial advisors, on some of the programs that the Aspen Institute brings in. For me, this seems like it's a program that should be geared more, supported more from the business community, the chambers, the colleges, the municipalities. When we talked about economic development in terms of one of our priorities during our board retreat, I think there was a consensus in the board that what that meant to us was not so much on special events per se, but just that the county is going to continue to provide and enhance the programs and services that we offer to make this county a viable, great place to not only live but to do business. So that's how I see that. I see this quite a bit different. But I think it's a great idea, but I just don't see the county's role in it in terms of financial support. So those are my comments.
Can I give you an idea of what Denver has done?
No,
It's
well,
not-
that's a city, so
Okay.
that's my comments. We can
Okay.
hear the rest of the board.
Steve,
Um,
you want me to weigh in?
Yes, I tend to agree more with Rachel. Also, your comment, Rob, that this is not something we would do every year, but
Yeah.
I can see it's still early in your process. You did it last year, but it's still like a new thing here in Aspen. And to help get the program launched, I would go along with Rachel's suggestion for a level of support. But I agree with you, Rob, that it needs to be, you need to find a permanent source of funding, and what George suggested would be perfect. Go to the business community for long-term, for future years and future events would probably be your source to get long-term funding, perhaps from successfully launched businesses as they mature and are
Willing to
thinking back to the
adapt.
day when they got their start because of this 3-day event they went to. That could be a future source of funding that they're paying back into supporting the thing for other people to have the same success.
Let me just weigh in. I'm more on the $500 number as opposed to a $1,000 number. I think it's crucial that you find a way to be sustainable, because nothing you've shown here shows sustainability, which is really why I asked for these. I mean, you've got an estimate of negative $3,700. Are you pulling that out of your pocket at the end of this when you guys lose $4,000? I don't know the answer to that. So is this something, this is not the type of financial statement that I would, that generally donate money to out of my own pocket as a business, because it doesn't really explain all that much. But at the same time, let me finish what I'm saying. At the same time, I was also the founder of Aspen Young Professionals Association, or one of the founders. It's an organization that's 300 strong right now. They pay a membership that's $75 a year for their membership. 300 members. We created a board to deal with the fact that it was volunteer work. We created an aspect that helps the community. They get sponsors. They go out and get individual sponsors for individual events. That's what I'd like to see this come. I think it's a great idea and a great concept of what you're doing, but somehow I feel for support, what I would have liked to have seen today, which is why I emailed you yesterday, is, what's the plan for this? Is the plan to come back in front of us every year and say, we need money to do this and it's great for our community? I would top my support out at $500. I think you've got a great heart and a great merit to move forward, and I've heard from other people that have participated in this that energy is there. The question is, how do you do it a year from now without coming back in front of us? I don't know what the answer is to that. And I'm sorry my comments are a little direct and a little harsh, but as a business person and as the person that's responsible for overseeing some of the finances of Pickens County, I think they have to be direct and harsh.
Would you go $750?
I'd go $750. Steve?
I'd go along with that. I'd also probably sign my son up for this, who's kind of an entrepreneur, so there's another $100 that they would kick into that.
If he's around this weekend.
So it looks like you've got support of the board for a $750.
The majority of the board.
The majority of the board.
I was supported.
Well, as a
I know.
board,
As
the
a board.
majority speaks for the board.
That's why I said the majority of the board,
Yeah.
but not the entire board.
Yes, not the entire board,
Thank
but
you,
the
Tom.
board has made a
Yeah, thank
decision
you.
to move forward
Appreciate that.
with a $750
We would like to
contribution.
An invitation for board members, employees of the county, and for any challenges that you would like to put in front of an entrepreneur. That's what I was going to mention about some of the government entities. Alex went to one in Seattle where the government said, let's save our oceans. let's get a bunch of entrepreneurs together and figure out how to save our oceans. What problems do we have in the county that you would like someone else to solve?
Why don't you email us that information and we'll
you know,
see,
think about it, because you don't have to answer now, but
It's a great
that's
way
a way
of
to engage.
engaging, entrepreneurs to solve problems for the community.
Appreciate
you.
your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's from the BOCC discretionary fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a
I
little
will be out of town, so I won't be able to
Okay.
attend.
So boot camp is this weekend, that's the one-day version.
I don't know if you have use for your.
Boot
And then
camp
the
is,
Weekend event
is
is
the 17th.
Memorial Day
It's
weekend.
the compressed full 3-day event in one day. It's a great leg up.
I have a
All right,
couple of
yes.
Agenda items.
So,
really quick.
future agendas, so we can move along here.
So, just to note that June 24th, Aging Well, kickoff is at the Mountain Chalet. Lunch is to be served toward the end of the event, and the BOCC is invited to attend, and it's on your calendar for June 24th.
Okay.
On Thursday, May 15th, Governor Hickenlooper will be signing House Bill 1089, which is the 10th Mountain Division license plate qualification, and House Bill 1021, which is the highway restriction violation penalties, which you all
Independence
worked
Pass.
hard on. And it will be held on May 15th from 11 to 11:30 in Leadville, if anyone wants to attend that.
I cannot attend that. I don't know if any's are.
That's this Thursday.
Yeah, I
Nobody?
have other commitment.
Okay.
You know,
I think it'd be great to have a representative, but
You know,
that's
without-
short notice.
without the pass being open, I don't know that they're anticipating our attendance. But I'm wondering if we might be able to send over a short thank you note on Picken County letterhead to thank the governor and
Yeah.
Millie Hamner, Diane Mitch Bush, and Gail Schwartz for their efforts on this, and we really appreciate it. And just, send something over that perhaps the Lake County commissioners can give a little letter.
That Lake County could read at the event or something?
Yeah, or something, just so we pass something along to show our appreciation.
Okay. Okay.
Can I ask a question? You went through this pretty quick. Nan, on June
Sorry?
24th,
Yep.
that's our regular work days. So you have on the agenda, we have listed senior summit from 11 to 1:30. That's really an agenda item for us?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, I guess it's on your agenda to,
It's a lunch event as part of our agenda.
And we'll go over there and attend it and then come back here.
Okay, I didn't.
it's sort of the unveiling of the solutions conclusions.
Okay,
And so that's why they built it into your agenda.
okay, great, thanks.
Thank you for clarifying. Another idea is the Aspen Valley Ranch site visit possible dates.
Okay.
The proposals are May 19th.
No, I'm
the
out of
20
town.
Okay, the 21st,
No, I'm out of town. I mean, we already told them all that last time I was here.
the 22nd, or the 29th is what I have.
This is for the
Aspen Valley Ranch.
Aspen Valley Ranch. I can do the 22nd late in the afternoon. I have Northwest Cog over in Eagle that day. And I think I'll be back here at about 30.
Which day was that?
The 22nd.
Second, yeah, I'm not here either.
The 29th, I'm not here.
Scratch those dates.
I hate
Scratch those dates.
I hate to say this, but without Michael here now, I'm thinking Michael's going to be here tomorrow. Maybe at open discussion at the end of the meeting, we try to find a date.
That looks like we're in June.
I think we are. I mean, I think that's what happened at the end of the last
Okay,
meeting.
unfortunately, I guess nothing really went processed through after last week till today, so we were just starting to come up with some dates. So,
Okay. I can do the 29th, but otherwise I'm still in Alaska with Western Interstate Region.
But then Rob said you're gone the 29th. Okay, so we'll start.
The
looking at-
29th is the field trip in Coal Basin,
Yeah,
starting at
exactly.
9.
So we're in June. Okay.
But, Susan, did we set a date for the
June 11th, it's coming back in front of you.
June 11th is coming back, so it's either going to be before that, or we're not just going to be able to do it, so.
Or we continue it too.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's really going to be fair for them if,
The other option is that we do, similar to Celestial, do an hour before the 11th meeting.
But that's going to be more than an hour just getting down to Woody Creek and back up. But and that walk in that ranch is pretty big.
I mean, a lot of the ranch piece, I think we can fairly efficiently do in vehicles. They did want to see if people wanted to walk the proposed trail alignment, so that would be an add-on for those who need to do it at additional time. I mean, if we didn't have the time to do it, we wouldn't have the time to do it. But that, I guess that's a possibility.
You know, the 27th, we're not starting till 11 because of the executive session, and then we're taking a full hour lunch break. You know, maybe we could have a working lunch, do some of the executive session during the lunch, and meet more at 9 o'clock that morning or 9:30 and do the site visit then and squeeze it in on May the 27th.
That works for me.
So putting it in at 9 in the morning on the 27th? Because you
You
have
know-
an executive session at 11 at least.
Right, well, that's what I was saying, we maybe could push the executive session back and have a working lunch and do at least half of the executive session, you know, between 12 and
And I
12:45.
guess the question would be for you all, if you want the time to be able to walk the trail. If not, then you can probably cover most of it in an hour to an hour and 15 minutes. It would just be, the walking the trail would obviously add on a longer.
I mean, I don't need to walk the trail, as long as staff can point out
Okay.
where it may go.
Yeah, I don't think it'll take us long. The last visit was the larger master plan, and we really parked at the edge and walked all the way up because it was the new road in the middle and all sorts of different things to look at. So I think we could work with that schedule of Tuesday the 27th and work it in and not have quite as extensive.
Everyone good with that on the
That'd be fine.
27th? And push the exec session to noon
Yeah, or something.
Or
or
11:30.
later?
Yeah.
No, because the exec session is just, it's a staff evaluation, so,
Oh, okay. So we definitely do that.
attorney's evaluation, yeah.
Okay, working lunch executive. Okay. And we stayed in May.
And then a reminder that June 3rd, the meeting is canceled because several people are out of the office.
Yeah.
And it's also CCI.
Perfect.
That's all that I had for future agendas. Is there anything else that you all want to?
Rachel?
I had a small open discussion item if
Yeah.
we should do that before or after
Is
the.
there anything else on future agendas? Looks like not, so go ahead, Rachel.
And John Ely wanted to come down for open discussion as
Yeah,
well.
it was kind of the same thing.
Same thing? Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking I might be able to do it and save them time, but. Gail Schwartz had a bill this session that was agriculture water efficiencies that could then be saved for in-stream use. It was somewhat controversial, it was really tough getting it through. She's a master to have gotten that bill through. And it really could play well into the work we could do at the Crystal River if we were able to work with the different agriculturalists and they upgrade to more efficient irrigation systems and are able to dedicate that saved water to, the flows. It has passed both the House and Senate, and again, took a little bit of maneuvering to do that, to get it out of House Ag, over to House Judiciary, then to a full vote of the House. And understand the very last day they had like 5 hours worth of debate on that one bill as they were closing the sessions. It's unclear as to whether we need additional letters to the governor or not. Some of the Nature Conservancy folks were really heading up the testimony and getting people in and working this bill. And they're still kind of heading up the final efforts. And so John is in touch with them, and it's kind of, he wants to be prepared to send a Pitkin County letter of support if needed, but one is not yet drafted. And it may not be needed. They didn't want to flood the governor's office with hundreds of letters or different group letters if not necessary. So John just kind of wanted pre-authorization that he could send a letter of support on Senate Bill 23 as needed. Is that okay to the board?
Okay with me?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so there we go. That was that one.
Okay.
Any other open discussion? Should we take a 5-minute break
And let them set up.
and let them set up? And sorry, we
Yeah, I think
we
that'd
kind of pushed through and didn't have a break, so we're just going to take a quick
Please
break.
do, that's just a second, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
4:19. Welcome, we're back. It's Tuesday, May 13th,
Everything is filmed.
2014. We're in our work session, Picken County Commissioners. We've got Chris Lane from ACES here to present on the State of the Forest Report and the Roaring Fork Watershed.
Thank you. And I've got Jamie Cundiff is ACES Forest Health Director. She's with me as well. We're gonna. Is it okay? We got about a 15-minute sort of show and tell presentation, and then we can, if you want to dig into any Picken County specific forest-related issues, we can do it right after that, or in that as well. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
I want to start by, again, I got to thank you guys for your continued, Picken County in general, continued support of ACES. The Maroon Bell's 50th anniversary is coming along. We got the ticket price down from $25 down to $15. Fundraising's going great. We've got a proposal with Town Snowmass Village, and we're optimistic that they're going to fund. We're meeting with them. It's just coming along great. It couldn't be coming along. We got 4 bands. I mean, it's all nailed down. So thank you for that. I also want to thank you guys, Picken County, and you guys especially for your support of our hunter smuggler cooperative plan. The record of decision's done. The meetings on what work's going to be done have already happened. And I want to give special thanks to Gary Tenenbaum, who's been outstanding. And he's also done a great job with the open space and trails, the Glacier property, the Red Ranch property, and getting sustainable food talked about. And ACES at Rock Bottom Ranch is right down the street. So we're critical and an integral part of that process, and Gary's just awesome. So I want to throw some thanks out there. So getting into this report, this is our State of the Forest report. That's not our first picture, is it? Okay.
We don't have a video this time.
Oh, that's right.
Everything's looking up.
Yeah, we don't have our video. Video doesn't work, but I want to introduce the report by backing up a little bit and looking at the big picture. Nobel Prize physicist Richard Feynman posed a simple question once. He said, "Where do trees come from?" Thoughts on that?
Seeds.
Well, that's good. That's good. I mean, you think of trees as coming from the earth, right? The roots are in the ground, the branches go up to the sky. But he said that's not true. He said trees come from air. And that fact changes everything. That fact, and in fact, that fact has put modern society on the brink of ecological, I don't want to say disaster, but trouble. And I'll explain why. And to explain why, we need to go back millions of years and look at where forests came from in the first place. So 1 billion years ago, the Earth's surface of the planet was so hot, it was filled with carbon dioxide, no plant, no animal life. But over about 100 million years, cyanobacteria, the little photosynthetic bacteria, started pulling carbon out of the air and releasing oxygen. And eventually, the planet, it was like Venus back then, the planet got temperate enough to support some plant life. But the plant life at that time was confined mainly to marshy areas. It was about ankle high. So for plants to evolve and succeed better, they needed to go up. And to colonize vertically, to get closer to the sun, to grow taller and be more efficient. And that was about 500 million years ago. So there was the evolution of one substance that essentially changed the way the nature of the planet works. And that substance was lignin. And lignin gave that carbon-based polymer gave plants the strength to go up. And that changed everything, because when plants could go up more efficiently, Now they could absorb ridiculous amounts of carbon out of the atmosphere. So these were the first forests, and they kind of look like that. That's an artist's rendering. But this shows you, Richard Feynman, the physicist, was right. The trees don't come, where do they come from? They come from carbon. The carbon came from the air, and then photosynthesis sequestered the carbon, broke off the oxygen as a waste product, and that gave trees the life they have. And that allowed trees to that was a whole game changer, because this was the unmatched era of sucking carbon out of the air. That's the Carboniferous period, they call it. And that period, about 300 million years ago, peaked. And at that period, and when it peaked, 95%, this is the old photo you've seen before of the first life, that sucked 95% of the carbon out of the atmosphere. Okay? And that allowed for the first for the first animals to finally come on land and flourish. So one catch to all of that is there was an evolutionary gap. This is a real-life photo of the trees falling over that you've seen in the forest. So for millions of years, these trees would fall over, but they evolved lignin. But fungus hadn't evolved to figure out how to process lignin yet. So what you had was millions of years of trees falling over in the mud and stacking up and preserving and not going anywhere. And this little gap in the evolution, the fact that fungus, the decomposers, couldn't do this for millions of years, we're going to come back to at the end of this presentation, because it had a profound effect on where we are today with our forests. So in short, now you fast forward to today. You've got, and this is Steve right in your backyard, Capitol Peak, beautiful. Now forests are providing the ecosystem services as they have for millions of years. Now this is the esoteric stuff like nutrient cycling, climate regulation, erosion control, soil formation, water regulation, and the more overt stuff like the simple stuff, provision of raw materials, food in the form of animals, and recreation and aesthetics. Some of the values is why we're here. In our watershed alone, the Roaring Fork Valley watershed, in 10 years, our forest has absorbed 2.7 million tons of CO2. So that's a buffer against climate change. And we can't underestimate this buffer, because without that buffer, forest and climate can create a feedback loop in our forests that goes something like this. Climate change leads to drought. Drought makes more beetle or insect and disease infestation of our forest. That infestation causes more increased tree mortality. Tree mortality, the trees fall over, carbon goes back into the air, which fuels climate change further. That's one feedback loop. Another one is those dead trees can increase the risk of not fire, but catastrophic fire. Now, catastrophic fire, and I know you guys know this better than anyone, causes erosion, flooding, degradation of our water supplies, and loss of human structures. What I'm talking about here, and this is the word, is forest. We call it forest health, but the ecologists want to call it resiliency. It's the ability of our forest to resist these changes. And an example of that is, and you see that in the top, this was the 4 Mile Canyon fire in 2010, burned 6,000 acres. Now this was a compromised forest, a climate-compromised forest near Boulder. Destroyed 169 homes. The fire removed the vegetation. That vegetation catches the water during heavy rainfalls. It hardened the soils due to drought, reducing the ground's ability to absorb that water and increasing runoff. And sadly, in Boulder, just last year, in September, 15 inches of rain fell. Now, that was a flood, but that was a flood because conditions were ripe from a compromised forest. 15 inches of rain fell, and what did we see? We saw 8 people dead, 1,500 homes destroyed, 19,000 homes damaged. And again, we make the connection, and we do this in this report, between the health of our forests, climate, and human health and safety. Jamie.
Which brings us to the present. How are Earth's forests doing today? In short, not great. In a recent New York Times feature story, science writer Sandra Blakesley said, "Everywhere, trees are dying. The boreal forests of Canada and Russia, pictured here, are being devoured by beetles. Drought-tolerant pines are disappearing in Greece. In North Africa, Atlas cedars are shriveling. Wet and dry tropical forests in Asia are collapsing. Australian eucalyptus forests are burning. The Amazon basin has just been hit by 2 severe droughts, and it's predicted that some tree species in the American Southwest may be gone by the end of the century. And now for the bad news. When Europeans first came to the U.S. as settlers, roughly half the country was forest. That's 1 billion acres of forest. And our forest lands have been under assault ever since. At our low point, we dropped to 50% of our original forest coverage. So we went from 1 billion acres of forest to 500 million acres of forest. Fortunately, due to regeneration efforts, that number is up now. We're 25% down from our original. So we've improved some, but that's still 250 million acres of forest lost in America since European settlement. To put that in perspective, that's 125 Yellowstones national parks or 4 states of Colorado's. Now our virgin untouched forest, old growth, did not fare so well, and that's what pictured here in this slide. And that goes back to 1920. Imagine if you extended that to now. Fast forwarding to, zooming in a little bit to Colorado, since 1996, 5 million acres of Colorado forest have been impacted by insect and disease. In 2012 alone, there were 4,000 wildfires in the state of Colorado. And together, they destroyed 648 structures, killed 6 people, burned 385,000 acres, and caused $500 million in property damage. $500 million of property damage in 1 year alone. And this graphic here depicts insect and disease infestation since 1996. As climate change continues to unfold, we can expect that we'll see more of these problems down the road. And so adequately understanding and responding to these changes in our forests is the critical challenge for resource managers in decades to come. And I know I'm preaching a little bit to the choir here because Gary Tenenbaum and I have these conversations all the time. But responding to these challenges is the driving force behind ACE's forest initiatives. One of those initiatives is our first annual Forest Health Index, which is a web-based interactive data portal that explores the health of our watershed's forests through over 20 climatic, ecological, and socioeconomic indicators listed here. Now, to make it more accessible to the public, each one of those indicators has been given a score between 1 and 100, comparing that indicator's current state to its historic or normal state. And these indicators are viewed through the lens of 4 broadly accepted goals for forest health: ecological integrity, public health and safety, ecosystem services, and sustainable use and management. Now, to delve into some of those indicators a little further, here we see that the length of the frost-free period in aspen has increased by more than a month since 1940s. Maybe welcome news for gardeners, but for resource managers, this opens a door to invasion of exotic species and is very important to consider in land management efforts. This is a terrifying graph of extreme low temperatures in aspen. This plots the number of sub-zero days per year, and so it has currently been reduced by half in the last decade when compared with the period through the 40s through the 60s. Snowpack, fortunately, is a little more touch and go, but in 2013, on April 1st on Independence Pass, snowpack was 30% lower than the average since 1981. Let's hope this nice snow year we just had bolsters us a little bit. But the take-home message from these indicators is these have impacts on recreation, impacts on agriculture, but it also impacts the resiliency, which we've talked about, of our forest. And like I said, plays a huge role in land management efforts in that it changes the habitat suitability for various species. Now this brings us to our State of the Forest report. Now, the State of the Forest report draws from a lot of the indicators discussed in the index, but it provides a more in-depth discussion on why we're seeing the changes in forest health that we are. We have the index, it's a data portal, but this kind of is an accessible way to kind of delve deeper into issues like beetles and fire and action items that individuals can actually take to help. And in putting together this report, more than anything, we were struck by how many critical aspects of forest health are adversely impacted by climate change. All roads lead to climate. And a perfect example of this are the beetle infestations we've been seeing throughout the state. Now, normally, trees do a pretty good job of defending themselves against beetles on their own. They defend themselves by using their sap to literally expel or pitch out the beetles when they try to bore into the bark. But under the increasingly dry conditions that most of the western U.S. is experiencing, there simply isn't enough water for trees to produce enough sap to defend themselves against beetles. So what happens is a beetle will drill into the tree, which is that center gallery you see there, and they lay their eggs. When the eggs hatch, the larvae eat their way out from that center gallery, eventually killing the tree. Now, this drought-induced weakening of trees' defenses has allowed beetle populations to exponentially grow to a point where it doesn't matter if the tree's compromised. They can just push right through a healthy forest. Our watershed mostly, I say mostly, dodged the mountain pine beetle bullet of the last decade. And that's primarily due to the fact of the relatively low concentrations of lodgepole pine in our watershed. Our watershed's 7% lodgepole pine, which is the preferred host species for mountain pine beetle. But however, for the first time this past year, the spruce beetle pictured here surpassed the mountain pine beetle as the most destructive insect in Colorado. Our watershed is 20% spruce fir. So that's a significant concern for us. Looking to the future, ACES is also very excited to be engaged in cutting-edge research on the future of our forests. We've partnered with the University of Arizona scientists there to create what we call the Future Forest Distribution Model. This is a Google Earth-based tool that takes millions of tree species on-the-ground observations and combines it with the most cutting-edge climate models to illustrate for us how our forests might look in the future. And so to walk you through a crude example of our prototype, here we see, it looks like a big old gnarly rainstorm, doesn't it, to most of us? We're all weather geeks in Aspen. But this is showing the current habitat suitability for Engelmann spruce. Light green means low probability, dark green is high probability that you'll find Engelmann spruce there. This is current, and using our model, we can fast forward to 2050 and 2070. This is where we'll likely see Engelmann spruce now, 2050, 2070.
And I'd like to interject. These are the top dendrochronologists in the country at the University of Arizona, and the top climate data that is being used. This is essentially a climate model as it applies to forests. So this isn't Jamie and I in the background coming up with this. This is years of data and supercomputers putting this stuff together. Go ahead, Jamie.
And if we want to zoom in a little bit to show you some of what this model will be capable of, here we have our city of Aspen. You can see Aspen Mountain, Aspen Highlands, and Buttermilk, with the Castle Creek and Maroon Creek drainages going up. What I'm going to do now is project the current habitat suitability for pinyon pine. We think of pinyon pine as being in much drier places than Aspen. So when we look currently, there's that big blanket of light green in our lower elevations. Low probability that you'll find pinyon pine, with no probability you'll find pinyon pine on those higher elevations. If we fast forward to 2070, look how that changes. All of a sudden, the city of Aspen would make a very happy place for a pinyon pine. And the top of Aspen Mountain would still be a pretty happy place for a pinyon pine. Imagine if we had to rename the city of Aspen the city of Pinyon as our climate changes in the future. Now, this model will be formally announced at the Aspen Ideas Fest on July 1st and will be online for people to tool around with, looking much prettier than our crude prototype here this summer. And by this summer, you'll be able to choose from 100 western tree species projected in 10-year time slices into the future. What's really great about this is that these examples I've shown you have been under a pretty middle-of-the-road future carbon emission scenario. Under this scenario that I've showed you, this is actually one where society pulls it together a little bit and stabilizes carbon emissions by 2100. You can imagine what happens when you check the worst case scenario on this model. It's pretty sobering. So by creating this tool that will help folks actually visualize the changes expected to take place in their backyards and treasured landscapes. We're hoping citizens will be moved to take further action against climate change in the future.
And speaking of climate change, that comment I made earlier about the period, the Carboniferous period, where 95% of the carbon was removed and the trees fell and didn't decay, well, that lack of decay, that evolutionary gap, is coal. That's the coal. That's all the coal we have. You look in coal like that, you can see trees actually in the coal. So what we've done with the planet and what the forests have done in millions of years, now in decades, humans are taking the exact same carbon and moving it from the earth into our air. So we appreciate the work that I know you guys are well aware of, climate issues and the work that we're doing up in Hunter Smuggler. And I mean, it's not just fire. It's a little bit beyond fire. We appreciate the work you guys are doing. This is our presentation, and we're open to questions. And if we can get more specific, if you'd like, on the report.
Or the index, or any of those indicators you're interested in.
Questions from the board? Steve?
Well, comment, you were showing the pinyon trees moving in on that graphic. On our ranch over the last 50 years, we used to have maybe a handful of Utah juniper trees on the ranch, and now there are at least several hundred of them. And I always point that out, like when we do this snowshoe walk with the Roaring Fork Conservancy, I'll point that out to people, these little juniper trees that didn't used to be there, because they're moving up. I've also noticed the longer growing season, and the aspen leaves changing later in the fall, coming out earlier in the spring, and all those, different changes in 50 years. So.
Well, I always like to say we're in ski country here, so I like to do my thinking about forests from the chairlift. And if you ride Summit Express at Buttermilk, about 2/3 of the way up, if you look to your right, you can see an aspen stand that's in decline. The really tall ones, they aren't looking so good. And if you look what's coming up underneath, it's gamble oak. So we're seeing these changes already that these models are projecting. And so we hope that this drives it home for people if you can actually see. And you want to tell them about the app?
Oh yeah, I would say by the fall we'll have an iPhone app where you can point your phone at a ridge or any landscape, and Google Earth and GPS will coordinate on it, and you can plug this, it'll be, what you guys saw, you're the first to see this, by the way, that future forest distribution model. It's still a prototype. So what you'll see is 10-year time slices, and you'll be able to project that into the future for the next 100 years of what that slope's going to look like. And we've got a graphics, again, this is an educational tool, a graphics group we're working with that does stuff for the military out of Arizona. You can actually zoom in and see trees, actual trees, not just the fog, the different colors. So this will be an iPhone app. We believe by the fall we'll have that complete. Which will be, it'll be interesting. Yeah.
George?
Yeah, just comments. I just have to really commend Jamie and Chris and your crew for putting together this, not only the state of the forest for the Roaring Fork Valley, but starting the indexes, because that's such a critical component that we haven't had here as a resource to be able to track and record and start to get a baseline and determine what is actually happening. And when I think back in terms of how this is all, the history of it, it's in terms of how it's come back to ACES, it's a very short period of time. It started just a few years ago when we partnered with the city of Aspen, and then a nonprofit called For the Forest to do some experimental work on dealing with the pine beetles up on Smuggler Mountain. And shortly thereafter, For the Forest merged with ACES, and now you've taken the lead on this. And so I really want to commend you on all the work that you're doing.
Well, and what's interesting about the index, and thank you for that, but the index, each indicator has this 1 to 100 score, and then they're combined to create an overall score for our watershed. And now that we kind of have this system down, I'm very interested in hindcasting that index as far back as our data will go. So we'll obviously be tracking it in the future, so you can see how this index changes over time.
And we hope, our aspiration, and this is our hope, is that other communities will will do this kind of thing. There's an ocean health index out there that's global. And, when we dream big, we dream of the forest health index going, west into western communities.
I like to dream of putting the Forest Health Index in other mountain communities in Colorado and start a healthy competition as to who can get their index score up the highest. That's what I'm talking about.
Rachel?
Yeah, same compliments as everyone else, and thanks for taking the issue forward. One small thing I'd like to mention when you were going through your presentation, and I know it's always shorthand because time is tight and everything, but you really didn't mention that the role of fire suppression has had in creating unhealthy forest and ending up with too many trees per acre, which affects how much water each tree can have to create the pitch. So it made it, you just have to be careful because I deal with some audiences, and if you leave one detail out, that suddenly shows, everything can go out the window as far as they're concerned.
Giving you a taste, and we do have a fire rotation indicator as part of our index. It's the fire return interval as opposed to what's naturally supposed to happen, and we look at stand density as well. So I agree, that's a really important.
Yeah, and my board knows I'm getting ready to go up to Alaska, which would be very exciting for the Western Interstate region of the National Association of Counties, and I serve as vice chair of the Public Lands for Colorado Counties, Inc. But in general, that's a group of major climate deniers. It's very, very right and politically, as that series on Showtime is showing, and so many other things, it didn't used to be a partisan issue. It used to be a very bipartisan issue, with Herbert Walker Bush being the first one to say, we're seeing dramatic changes, we need to do something. And then now it's become a religious political issue as opposed to anything having to do with facts. So, what you're able to produce here, I think, is just really important for the West, not just for our valley, because these folks need to be able to have some information. And, the sad part is you start talking to someone about it and they'll say, well, the Earth is only 6,000 years old. How could all those trees have become carbon in that time period? So, you realize suddenly you're talking in two different theaters about what is going on. And so, the more we can do to highlight the reality of this is really important. And it's a scary reality, and that's...
Thank you, Rachel. And Scott Fitzwilliams at the Forest Service said, we're so happy you guys are doing this because you're doing what we're not good at, communicating and doing, we made this purposely as pretty as we could make it so that people don't throw it away. So it sits on the coffee table, goes to the dentist's office, and stays around for a year. So that data, the funny thing, I thought you were going to say this, Jamie, the funny thing is all the data in this, not all of it, most of it was out there. And the Forest Service was doing nothing with it.
In the right place.
And we took our soil moisture monitoring stations, we've got data that we use, and we're working on some gauges, but most of that data was forest inventory analysis data. So.
Well, it comes from everywhere, and that's what a unique thing about, I think the index more in particular, is the gargantuan effort of centralizing all this data. So eventually you can kind of get under the hood as deep as you want, and we're happy to, it's all publicly available data. We'll provide it for you. And addressing your comment, you can look at snowpack and say, look, snowpack isn't going down.
That's right.
But our forests operate on so many different time scales, from the impact of one monsoon thunderstorm to these decade time periods. So we're looking at trends. And we're not trying to say that this amount of snowpack is good or bad. We're looking at where we are now and comparing it to where we've been, and that's where those scores come from.
And ACES, for the record, is going to maintain, we are apolitical, nonpartisan. We just try to present the science and present the facts. We want Democrat, Republican, conservative, liberal. We want everybody to come in and join and be a part of this. So we don't even get involved. You'll notice when it gets heated politics, we steer clear of it. We're sticking with the science, and then if someone wants to interpret it some other way, they can. But
yeah, well, I appreciate that, and it is really helpful because I've been able to get on some of these email lists, and I'll get a regular report about how the trees are adapting just fine in Greece, and how the additional carbon in the atmosphere is creating bigger vegetables than ever before and bigger plant growth. And the scientists who I've kind of pushed some of that back with and say, well, what about this? And they say, well, yeah, actually plants do go bigger leaves and bigger, but they have less nutritional content in each bite. and they're not as condensed that way. And so it's very interesting what you get, and then when you hit the point of too much heat for reproduction or for seed growth and things like that. So
Well, we like
again,
to-
appreciate your work, and the one thing I would kind of like to ask, if you focus, whether it's next year's report or to think about this, but is there a role that the various water collection systems that we have, particularly at the Frying Pan and some of these areas, are they leading to a decline in the forest health? Because there's some streams and creeks that now are funneled into a ditch, into a collection system, taken eastward, and that could be valuable information for all of us environmentally as we look at what the results of the state water plan are and some other desires for additional takes of 20% of the water out of the Frying Pan and the Roaring Fork. So
It's so great you brought that up, because we are working on some monitoring gauges on Roaring Fork and Hunter Creek. It's a ways out from being done, but that's part of our forest story that we're telling.
yeah, and I don't know anyone's ever mapped it, but if you think about the collection system as a winding irrigation ditch type of thing, and how healthy is the forest below it? How healthy are the forests below where the water's been intercepted? So thank you.
Well, and an approach we've really tried to take, especially with the index, is we don't assess all these things in an ecological bubble. We're all here because we enjoy being in the forest, and there's a really important interplay between humanity and our forests. So we really try to take that into account. And a lot of those, we have a wish list of future indicators that's pages long. And one thing we're interested in doing is looking at those diversions and assessing them under a sustainable use and management goal.
Great. Very good news.
Steve?
When I look at this chart on page, or the picture on page 17, it shows the Roaring Fork watershed and the infestations that we have here now. A big portion of them are right up in my neighborhood of the sick forests. And in one sense, we're watching a phenomenon that's happening, and we can keep track of it and see. Hopefully it doesn't always get worse. Hopefully we'll see some better trends at some point, but some people see like all the lodgepole pine that were killed by the mountain pine beetle, and they'll say, well, we have to go in and harvest all that wood and use it for fuel or use it for whatever, but I see it as it's a huge carbon bank of dead trees, and maybe the best thing to do with all of them is just to leave them where they are and let nature take its course and get some young trees coming up that will replace them and keep sequestering carbon in the form of wood.
Ideally, we would have those new trees grow and sequester carbon and turn those old trees into something like biochar that permanently sequesters the carbon.
Yeah,
as well.
so there are things we can do, but we have to make wise choices along the way too. What's the best use for dead trees, and whether to leave them there, or biochar would be a good thing to use for some of them.
Gary and Chris Foreman and I have these discussions about what to do with what we're pulling off Hunter Smuggler, and it's always our first choice to turn into biochar.
Then another thing would be, do we want to try to manage the forests, like realizing we're going to need some new species and help introduce those species at a faster rate is something we could do, or should we just let nature take its course and just observe and see what species do move in?
Well, the county's been really supportive of our soil moisture monitoring project. We have one of our sites on Sky Mountain Park, and Gary's very keen to get his hands on that data so he can make informed decisions about what he's replanting if he's doing a restoration project.
Very good work. Now, why don't you tell our listening audience about when your summer annual dinner is?
The summer dinner event or the Moon Bells Bash? The dinner event at ACES, you mean?
Dinner event at
Yes,
ACES.
that is July 17th is our summer dinner event. It is
July or June?
July 17th. It's called an Evening on the Lake.
Our membership dinner is different.
Well, and our membership dinner is another one. Let me do both. This is a special one because we are actually having a dinner right on the lake. It almost looks like one of those, the tent is elevated so it doesn't impact the preserve. And it looks like, what do you call those, infinity pools. So you look right off the edge of the dinner platform into the lake. Last year the beavers came out right at sunset and animals just appeared. We also have our membership dinner on June 16th or 18th? 18th. 16th, either 16th or 18th. I should know that. That's coming up.
16th. Leadership Dialogue is 18th.
So that's a fun event with live music and dinner, and everyone's welcome, and kids and families. So thank you for that.
Just got my invitation.
Yes, great, good.
Great, thank you for all your work.
Thank you guys
Thank
very
you
much.
for all your work and your support of our programs. If you ever need any more of these, just give me a call, shoot me an email. I have business cards. I will mail them, bring them wherever you need. So just let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Any further things that need to be discussed today?
I don't think so.
Then I will call the meeting adjourned.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks for being easy on me.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Grassroots.
Thank you,
Great
man.
job.